Testing. Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2 test test. Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2 test test. You guys hear me? Hold on, let me pop out the chat. You are testing? Okay, excellent. So you guys can hear me. Alright. Let me just check to see. Is there a little bit of an echo on your end when you listen to me saying something? We can hear you? Now we do. We hear you? Rather low volume. Okay. Try tweaking that a little bit. Testing, 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 testing. Hold on, let me just go through some of the filters. No echo? Okay, must be just on my end then. I don't know what's wrong with... Might be something to do with my headphones, because I'm hearing a little bit of echo over here. But if there's no echo for you guys, then I guess we're good. No echo? Okay. Does it sound... Is there can you hear a little bit of what does... I can't answer that question, Billy. Hold on, let me take a look. Okay. Testing. Testing, testing. Is this better? Is this better? Maybe I just need to move close to the mic. Hold on. Does that sound better for you guys? Can you guys hear me more clearly now? Testing, testing, testing. Sounds the same? Okay, hold on. Maybe I just add a little bit of gain to my microphone. So... Hold on. Filters... Better? Okay. Alan! Thank you for being a Footstool for a whole 19 months. Been a while, chairman. Being married is busy. Oh shit, congratulations. Congratulations. Is that why you haven't been... Is that why you've been absent for chunks of previous streams? I didn't know. When did you get... When... How recently was this? How recently was this? Oh, it must be quite late, since you're also in Oz. Done. Good to see lots of adjustments. I hope you're settling into married life well. That's a massive achievement. I hope you and the missus are happy. Hold on, let me see. Are you still here? We can hear you. Okay. Reverend Norse, thank you for the 50 sec. I'm just streaming in the middle of the day for me. What heresy is this? What ungodly hour do you operate on? Oh yeah, no, I saw your nomination of Ember Paradox, so I have her in the list of various React tubers that I have on my slides that we're going to be going through later on. November 21st, November 25th of last year. Oh, okay. So still quite recent. I guess you still technically count as a newlywed, because it's been, what, less than 6 months? We moved to regional Oz, so that's fine. Ah, okay, I see, I see. But yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying your life together. Wow, that makes two. That now makes two of the footstools that have either gotten engaged or gotten married in the time that I started streaming. That's really nice to hear. It's really nice to hear. If someone hasn't nominated Kirsha, I will be disappointed. I don't know if Kirsha counts, though, because I didn't see anyone nominate Kirsha. But I did think about whether Kirsha would count as a React tuber, and I decided not really. Because when you actually go off of the criteria that I put on, which is, you know, you have to look at the content that they're uploading to their YouTube channels, I don't think, well, I did add an extra stipulation that we'll be going through later on, but I don't think she would count as a typical React tuber. Such as when you ask someone, you know, picture a React tuber, name a bunch of React tubers that you can think of off the top of your head. I don't think a lot of people will say Kirsha. Alan is a fake self. I do some react here and there. I think most of us do. Can I nominate myself? I mean, I can take a look at your YouTube channel to see if you actually fit in the criteria, yeah. If Kirsha is a React tuber, then Sean Head is a React liver. Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty reasonable comparison to be making in that vein. Thanks, Chairman Fellow Footstools. Hoping things go well for you, my guy. Hoping things go well for you. Surprised you aren't invited to Mythos. Yeah, speaking of Mythos, how was the last stream for very poorly aged comments? I don't want to speak too soon, but there is a chance that that stream, the one stream that I choose to indulge in a little bit of optimism, and it may turn out to be the worst aging positive prediction of my time as a streamer. Graduating an insult. I nominate Glitch Stars, the organization. I did see, I think, around 3 different Glitch Stars VTubers be nominated in the replies of my tweet. So there are a few talents from Glitch Stars. What happened with Mythos? Clotho recently announced that she was going to be graduating. So, yeah. Not exactly the best age comments from my stream where I said something along the lines of, oh, she seems optimistic about the future of the organization. You're worse aging so far. Perhaps. After all that tray glaze, they still graduated. So far, it is only one talent, to my knowledge, that has announced that they are still going to be graduating regardless. The funny thing, though, well, funny in an odd way, not in a haha amusing way. Funny thing about Clotho's comments is, from the sound of it, it's very much lingering hang-ups from the previous leadership at Mythos. Now, again, we have no idea who that previous leadership consists of, minus the fact that Nux was founder and CEO for a little bit before another CEO took over and or was added into the corporate structure. But I don't know, you have at least one talent that has expressed that they have lasting trauma or after effects from their time under previous management. I do think that, given that, if that is true, the case for it being public interest as to who this previous CEO was is stronger in light of that. So, also, whose smart idea was it to deactivate the Hades account because someone took that Twitter handle under a new account? Yeah, I have no clue who decided to do that, but I can't. To be honest, I can kind of see why they might make the decision to take down Hades' Twitter account. If I remember correctly, during Hades' graduation stream on Twitch, she did say that her YouTube was going to be wiped for the most part, but she didn't say anything about her Twitter, and then afterwards Mythos deleted her Twitter, and now there's an impersonator that's been trying to grab her handle. But as far as deleting the Hades account, in my mind, I that kind of made sense, because a lot of the tweets on that account do not paint the best picture of Mythos as a company. And I can understand if in their effort to move forward and possibly remake their company image, they want to sort of sweep those under the rug a little bit. Now, is it the most, I suppose, transparent thing they could have done? No, but then and again, they are a company that is trying to essentially overhaul their image, so I understand why they would make a decision like that. Speaking of overhauling their image, did you guys, well, actually, some of you guys on Twitter who may have been keeping up with the Mythos subject post my stream on it, they recently made a post basically disclosing who the members of their staff were, so we actually now have an idea of who's working behind the curtains, rather than just Trey Legacy and apparently no one else. So that's something that seems to be a little bit of a pivot in terms of how they're communicating with the public. Oh, good morning, Pablo. Welcome in, welcome in. Sure, she posted a lot, but at least keep the handle secure. Yeah, no, I agree. They probably could have kept the handle even if they were going to private the account. Well, to be fair, most other corporations just private the old account, right? They don't outright delete it. So I don't really understand. Well, I guess that must mean that Mythos was really, really set on trying to stop people from seeing those old tweets. But when I look at what they are trying to do in terms of, pivoting as a corporation, making it so that their public perception changes based off of how it was before. Sorry, changes from what it was before. I see no reason why they couldn't just private the Hades account. Because everyone who already had an interest in seeing what she was tweeting has already seen the tweets. So I think deleting the entire thing is a little redundant. It's a bit overkill. Will we get a business ID next so we know it's a legit corpo? See, that's the thing that I would want, just as a member of the public. Because, let's be honest, you open up auditions to random people, you should probably be able to be open with that basic kind of information. I'm gonna be driving for 3 hours, background sound for driving. Drive safely, Alan, drive safely, Alan. But yeah, Talon's talking about behind the curtains is certainly entertaining. Speaking of behind the curtain, yeah. The Clara thing is bizarre, to be completely honest, because you have everything that she said about, that specific period of time in her graduation stream. And then you smash cut to that scheduled tweet that went live for, I think, a few minutes before FaZe privated the account. Which, let's just say that the tone of the tweet, which was presumably written around the same time as she was describing when she was, recounting things from a graduation stream, the two do not sound very in line with one another at all. So, yeah, a little... That particular discrepancy is something that I couldn't help noticing, and I know for a fact that other people have noticed it as well. So, that really, I don't know who it is more on. Perhaps it will now become standard practice for FaZe management to actually look at a talent's scheduled tweets after they announce that they're graduating. Because, well, I mean, in this particular case, it seemed pretty awkward. Obviously, it created a pretty awkward situation. But I imagine that in future, that little check is going to be integrated into their graduation protocol. Just going through scheduled tweets, draft tweets, and making sure there's nothing there that will surprise them in the near future. Welcome in, Ardentop. Welcome in. The standard of archiving Twitter accounts is to just take it private, even Selensky. Yeah, exactly. Which is why, like I said, I feel like deleting the account is a little overkill. Because, like Lumi pointed out, it allows other people to come in and steal the handle as well. Which you didn't need to do. If you've been in 3 corpos and everyone you get bullied and singled out, maybe the company's on. Yeah, that little bit of history is again, it's all about noticing patterns, and in particular, that does seem to be a pattern that stands out. If you're going to take this job and shove it, at least use the Johnny Payback version. True. To be honest, it wasn't exactly subtle what she was saying. To be fair, I don't think subtlety was much of the concern. But, how do I say? In the same vein as it is generally deemed to be in poor taste for remaining talents to badmouth a departing talent, so too is it considered bad taste for a graduating departing talent to essentially try to burn the house down on the way out. It goes both ways. And the graduation stream was very much, it very much sent a very clear message that there was an attempt to burn the house down, so to speak. Once is an anomaly, 2 is a coincidence, 3 is a pattern. Exactly, Oddentop, exactly. If Niji management can't even monitor their own scheduled VP announcements. Going to bed, we'll catch up with the VOD, but I will also nominate Gluten-Free Bagel and Sleepy Whisper. Mr. Denos, thank you for showing up in chat. Take a note of those two. Hold on, let me just write them down. I'm still getting a few nominations. So, you will be interested to know, for the purposes of the stream later on, in total, from the Twitter post and from what people have been saying, both in chat and in the previous post that I made on my community tab, I have gotten a total of just over 40 at this point. Just over 40 different React tubers. Now, obviously, I'm not going to be able to do all 40, but having a big pool like that is quite convenient. Did anyone say Berry Crepe? Yep, I think I've had her recommended by 4 or 5 different people. So, Lara seemed to imply that there were others in phase like her, and I wonder who that is. Again, I'm not inclined to take that one too seriously, because like her, it could mean a lot of things. Some very harmless, others, and I'm not willing to just start pointing fingers and witch hunting. I would like to nominate Husher X. Barry also... What actually happened? At this point, I think Rima's talked about it. I think Lydia's also talked about it. It's basically... Basically her implying that she was put on the receiving end of an unaccommodating and unwelcoming, of an unaccommodating and isolating workplace. Putting that as heavy-handedly as possible without explicitly saying it. That was essentially what she was doing in the stream. Which, again, doesn't seem to be the case in terms of just looking at... It's... How do I say this? If she does have strong complaints about FaZe as a workplace, which she very well might, I expect that based off of the way that she spoke about them in the graduation stream, if/when she returns to this space in a different form, we will receive more elaboration upon those things. So for now, I'm not going to be going through them and going, oh, okay. You know, I'm not going to be taking too much stock in them at the moment, not least because of the contents of her scheduled tweet and how much it seems to contradict the overall description, or I should say implications, of how she described her time at FaZe. But, again, I assume that if she has something more that she would like to say more explicitly, she will end up doing so at some point in the future. Barry also in hell. I'm talking about the list. Just another indie in the slop pile. See, that's the thing, right? The aim of this particular stream, this entire idea, is, yeah, it's slop, right? But we can still actually analyze and or evaluate it according to a set of objective metrics and criteria. So, at the same time, how do I say this? I'm not going to be... Usually when people put on React content, right? it's not usually stuff that they put on and they're actually paying attention to or paying close attention to while they're watching it. It's usually something that people put on for the sake of vibes or just to have some filler noise in the background, right? Some sort of comforting filler noise in the background. Because, let's be honest, having a pretty girl on screen laughing at the same things you like to watch, that is an experience that is almost universally going to be enjoyable, right? For, a lot of people. However, again, I'm looking at React content as a genre in terms of how much objective value and in terms of how much transformativity is actually put into the making of this content. Hence why, again, when we're watching it, we're not just judging it based off of vibes or whatever, but actually looking at how much measurable, observable effort has been put into the video's composition. Why is the webcam screenshot on the BRB empty? Is that supposed to be a React streamer's? Oh, for those who don't know, because I now realize that not everyone ends up seeing the not everyone ends up knowing what this screenshot is of. That's Hassan's streaming chair, and Hassan is, he's pretty infamous for just being one of the shittest React streamers, or shittest streamers that do React content, in the sense that he just puts a video on and sometimes he just up and leaves his desk. So it's just a video playing to his audience while his chair is sitting there empty on his camera. So yeah, the chair gets more views. When you have his level of charisma, perhaps. You're the prettiest girl to watch, Chairman. You flatter me, Yolm. You flatter me. Speaking of, by the way, I spent the most of today and yesterday basically scrounging around and trying to get the handcam stream set up for Friday or Saturday if you're not in America. So everything should be set and ready to go for that one. Again, first ever handcam stream that we're going to be doing. I'm going to be unboxing two promo boxes that Japanime Games has been very kind to send to me ahead of the release of set 2. So for the first time, you're going to see me whip out the fingers on camera. Well, not quite, because I will be wearing gloves. But yeah, no, this was surprisingly a pain to set up, because there were a bunch of cables and wires that I need to rejig so they didn't just, they weren't strewn all the way across my desk. So in the interest of making it at least somewhat aesthetically pleasing, it took a lot of fiddling to get right. And reveal, will you wear gloves like a true say-so idol? See, I have a bit of an issue where I assume, so at home, well, I happen to be friends with, like, I've said this before on stream many times, but I happen to be friends with a lot of people who do medicine. And I also happen to have a latex allergy, which is something that I've talked about on stream before. So, and on top of that, my hands also, I don't know how many of you guys have a similar condition, but some of you, if any of you have eczema, and you may be familiar with the problem where if you put your hands in water too much, for example, if you wash them too much, or if you work with food or whatever too much, and there's too much moisture on your hands, they start to react and bubble and crack and all that gross stuff. So as a result of all of these factors, I've been taking recommendations from my friends as to what gloves I can buy in order to stop my hands from reacting to things while I'm cooking. So I bought a bunch of boxes of these purple nitrile gloves that I can use in order to, do stuff with my hands in the sink. But the issue is, I assumed that would be fine to do a handcam stream with, and for the most part, it is okay. Like, I can still perform tasks with a reasonable amount of dexterity, even if I am wearing those gloves. but they are a very, very awkward fit for an extended stream. I tried wearing them for about an hour earlier today, and by the time that the hour was up, inside the gloves, my hands were a sweaty mess. So I probably should have bought gloves that were a bit more comfortable for the hand cam stream. But I guess we'll just forge ahead with the... You guys are going to get to see me all clad in purple. It's going to make my fingers look like little... each of my fingers are probably going to end up looking like churros because of how awkwardly the fingers of the gloves fit onto my hands. They're going to look like the webbed fingers of a fetus in the womb. But such is the price for immersion. Such is the price for immersion. Chairman is delicate as a china doll. I see what you did there. I see what you did. To be fair, I have no problem doing things like actually using utensils or wielding a knife. It's just the skin that's a bit of a problem. Wrinkly skin. A little bit worse than just wrinkly. It gets dried and cracked and, you know, all of that nasty business. I hate the way you said churros. How are you supposed to say it, Burbo? How are you supposed to say it? I assume that you are one of the Latinxes in my audience. Wear winter mittens. I don't actually have any proper gloves. I only have fingerless gloves and those nitrile ones that I mentioned earlier. Besides, usually with the actual, you know, mittens, they make it a little hard for you to do precise motions with your fingers, which I am going to need if I'm going to be, you know, going through a bunch of cards from a pack. Shouldn't they be white gloves? Over here in Australia, I think most nitrile gloves are blue or purple. I think that's... I don't know if this is the case, but I assumed that was because they wanted to make the nitrile gloves look distinct from latex ones, though I could be wrong about that. Clearly, Sarah, thank you for the £2. We're having our ultrasound tomorrow. We can compare. Oh, wait, so you're welcoming a baby. Congratulations. What is it with everyone in today's stream just coming in and telling me about their married life? That's it's a nice surprise. It's a good way to start my week. My nitrile gloves are all black. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've seen a lot of nitrile gloves that are white though. I've seen plenty that are blue and plenty that are purple, but not a lot that are white. Funless, thank you for the 2. Is that Herman Miller Aeron the GOAT IC? I do not understand. I don't know who Herman Miller Aeron is, so you may need to bring me up to speed with that one. Got to remember, Chairman is in Australia. They don't have any traditional winter. That is true. I forgot to point that out. Yeah, we don't have a lot of winter fashion over here. Not a lot of winter geared clothes for obvious reasons. Because, well, it's desert country for the most part. It's a sign to get a chairwoman. I don't say this a lot, but I don't go out too often, except for work and meeting friends. Friends that I've known since high school. So, for the most part. Though I don't exactly go to a lot of places where I can meet someone new, so to speak. But at some point in the future, perhaps, but not in the near future. I don't think. You're welcome, clearly, Sarah. I would recommend touching. I would recommend touchscreen gloves. They aren't warm and they have 5 fingers. Huh. I might end up looking into that then if I end up doing future handcam streams. The chair in the pic, best office chair. Oh, okay. Thanks for the clarification, Funnelist. I might end up searching that up after stream just to see. because right now my current streaming chair is pretty great. I like it a lot, but if I ever look at branching out into getting a second one, perhaps for my perhaps for a second room or whatever, then I might end up looking at that particular brand. He's literally me for real. But yeah, so we have that we have that to look forward to. I hope that it's not too uncomfortable if I'm doing this for multiple hours on end, but I mean, hopefully it's not too hot on Friday. If it is, well, I don't know what I'd do, to be honest. I guess I'll just suffer inside. Oh, actually, I'll probably just keep multiple pairs on side and just switch between them if it gets a little too clammy after the first set is gone through. But yeah, I have a chair with memory foam. It's very nice. Huh. I've never tried furniture that has memory foam, so I have no idea how that feels to sit on or lie on, I suppose. If I recall, Herman Miller is pretty pricey. Ah, okay, never mind then. All I know about Australia is they have a season in reverse order, especially in Tasmania. Yes, our seasons do occur in I think in the complete opposite order to how they are in the US. So, yeah. We are basically an upside down version of you guys climate-wise. Any case, I think I have a secret lab chair. Huh. A secret labs chair. Never mind. I like it a lot. If I ever get back into the market for a new chair, I'll keep some of these recommendations in mind. It's 1.5K for a new Aeron, but it's widely available used. Ah, okay. I see. Yeah, 1.5 is very, very pricey. But perhaps I'd need to take a look at how much a second-hand one costs. Is an Ergotune Supreme here? Okay. I'm going to bookmark this VOD later on. Hopefully nothing ends up happening in post that causes me to have to edit the VOD. Well, actually, you guys are on screen, so it's not too big of a deal if that happens, but for ease of access, I might end up bookmarking this and, you know, just for the sake of coming back to what you guys are saying if I ever do get back in the market for another chair. Bonus link for the two, I recommend Staples Hikens. I'll bear those in mind. I think I've been yapping for like, what, 30 minutes? Just above 30 minutes? Alright, let me switch over to the slides real quick, because I think we've yapped for long enough. Okay, so, as many of you may know at this point in time, you know, the people who aren't on Twitter, you will have seen in my community tab a few weeks ago that I put in the option of, you know, stream topics, one of them being rating React streamers. Now we have gotten to that. And for those who do follow me on Twitter, you would have seen my posts about trying to grab recommendations of different React streamers that I could react to in a bit of a more evaluatory manner. So, when I talk about rating React streamers, what am I actually talking about? Now, the premise of this stream is basically that we look at React content and we try to evaluate the way that it's made. How does the reactor go about reacting to the video on screen, as well as how their editor goes about turning that on-stream live reaction into a video to be uploaded onto their own YouTube channel as well. And then we look at that upload and go, okay, how much effort has actually been put into making this transformative, making this different from the original, an extra experience that has been added onto the original that was not captured in the original. And when it comes to rating these streamers, you know, obviously, very common trope, when we end up rating anything, usually the format that we go with is a tier list of some sort. However, usually when people end up making tier lists, my main gripe with this kind of stuff, and this is a gripe that I've tried to take to heart, especially when the thing that we're rating consists of other people's content, is that most of the time when people make tier lists, it's off of vibes. And most of the time that's fine, right? But like I said, I'm trying to take a more analytical, objective approach towards things. And as a result, when it comes to this React Tuber tier list that I've set up here, what I've done is I've set it so that each tier, or the placement of each individual React Tuber on this tier list, is dictated by a point system, a point-based system. Transformative, and I'll explain what the point system is later on. But essentially, the plan is this. We have a set of, we have some sort of point-based rating system that contains a bunch of criteria that we can use in order to evaluate and analyze each individual React Tuber's videos. Then, based off of whatever the final score, whatever the point left at the end of the video is, we use that as a way of deciding where to put the React Tuber on this tier list. That way, we minimize the amount of vibes-based judgment we're doing here, while actually giving some measure of objectivity and impartiality, is perhaps the better word, impartiality to the placement of the individual React Tuber. Now, of course, the top tier, this is a pretty simplistic tier list, but I like keeping things simple when it comes to stuff like this. Top tier, very up, very best thing that a React video can be, transformative, right? So this is basically a video that, hands down, on its face, you look at it, you watch it, you instantly recognize how this is something that takes the original video and elevates it in some way into being a different experience, to the point where watching it is not a substitute for watching the original video, and you get something out of it that you just couldn't get from the original video. So this is, again, the important part being that it is an elevation of some sorts, right? Then in the second tier, this is A/B tier, right? You have React slop, affectionate, where you kind of, there has been an effort to make the experience of watching the React video different to watching the original video, but it's no sort of, you're not going to learn anything new or come away with a different perspective on the original video. It is for sure, it does have signs of effort being put into it, but it's nothing, it is ultimately still slop, in the sense that you would usually just put it on in the background, you put it on if you like the person who's doing the reacting, but again, it doesn't really add to your perspective on the original video or anything like that. In the middle, this is, half of the course, run-of-the-mill, no better than average, upload fodder. Again, some effort has been put into taking this section of the stream out from the VOD, packaging it into the form of a 20, 30, sometimes 40, 50-minute video or whatever. And then from there, putting it onto your YouTube channel and making sure that using that as a way of ensuring that you have a steady stream of uploads over a set period of time, right? This is basically the thing that you do in order to make sure you are able to have regular uploads on your channel. Which again, I understand from a pragmatic perspective. Everyone needs numbers, everyone needs growth, right? Especially if you're doing this as a job, and I don't hold that against anyone. But if we're going off of the quality, the objective quality of the videos that are made with this purpose in mind, generally speaking, again, not really that exceptional. You can kind of, if the person was, if they had a slightly different degree of specialization, it's not original content. It will never be original content. It's just run-of-the-mill slop, right? No, it's just, yeah, exactly. It's number go up. It's number go up fodder. Then you have React slop derogatory. Barely any effort has been put into making it distinctive at all. Usually, if it weren't for the fact that the VTuber themselves are, they have a nice voice, they have a cute model, there would be absolutely no reason to watch this, because it is basically just jingling keys for people at best. And then finally, the very bottom level, we have just straight up content theft, basically. When you barely have any sort of input, even when you were watching it live, and for some inconceivable reason, an editor looked through that section of the VOD, decided that it was good enough to cut out and upload onto your own channel, where it can basically be watched almost completely as a substitute for the original video, purely because of how little input you added. So, these are the 5 tiers that we will be going with. And again, you may notice that on the side, we have a sort of score total for each of them. Transformative being 10 points or more, React Slop being 6 to 10 points, Upload Fodder being 1 to 5, React Slop Derogatory being 0 to -4, and then Content Theft being anything that is -5 points or under. Now, how are we going to get these point totals? According to the following system. So, de-jingling, so Disney MCU level of entertainment, worse, Pavlo, worse than Disney MCU levels of entertainment, right? So, essentially the way that we're going to be doing this is based off of a certain set of things that the video can do in order to make itself different from the original, they will be awarded with points, right? And based off of, a lack of an attempt at separating the React video from the original, we will be penalizing points and deducting points based off of a set, a set of criteria. Now, the way that this reaction point scoring system is going to work is, I would say it's quite simple, right? Each video has a starting score of 0. Now, we have the added stipulation that there is going to be a -5 point penalty for reactions that are uploaded less than 5 days from the original publication. And the reason for this is simple. If you are going to be uploading a reaction video to YouTube, it is almost certainly, to some degree, going to compete with the original for views, because it is the same format on the same platform, and depending on how much effort you have put in as a reactor and or editor to differentiating your reaction from the original video, it may work for a lot of people as a substitute for just watching the original one. For that reason, it is usually deemed common courtesy for a reaction tuber to wait at least a couple of days after the original video has been uploaded before uploading their own reaction to that video. That courtesy period usually ranges from 3 days to a week. I've chosen 5 days as a little bit of a middle ground there. Also, -5 points for 5 days is something that occurred to me as being a little pretty fair, right? So, as a result, when we do end up selecting a video from each channel to represent it, as I'll get to later on in the stream, we're going to be checking the upload date of the reaction, then we're going to be checking the upload date of the original video, and if the time that has elapsed in between is less than 5 days, an automatic -5 point penalty will be applied, and the video will thus start from a score of -5 rather than 0. Now, things that videos will get +1 point for. Mordecai, thank you for being a Footstool for 15 months. Hello, Chair and Footstools. Hello to you too. Welcome to the stream. So, to be honest, I will never watch the shoe video without Smugglana. See, that's the thing, right? That's, for a lot of people, the reactor is the reason why they bother to watch the video in the first place. But again, what I'm looking at is the creative, objective value of a reaction video, which is the sense of how much does it add to the original one, not how likable is the original. How likable is the React tuber themselves? Because again, it's impossible to measure that objectively. Everyone's going to find different creators, different VTubers more or less palatable to themselves, right? But the video itself, the way that it's made, how much effort has been put into making it distinctive from the original, that is something that we can very much look at objectively. Curious, thank you for the gifted membership. Clan Quadruple Zero. Congratulations on getting sniped. I hope you enjoyed those emotes. Do you think it's possible for a Reactuber to make quality content? Oh yeah, for sure. In fact, part of the purpose behind today's stream is to actually try applying this system to three videos just as a test to see if it works well. Because there does exist examples of good reaction content that has, sufficient effort put into making it distinct from the original thing that is being reacted to. But again, we'll go through some examples of that later on. So, things that net the reaction 1 point. 1, citing a personal experience or anecdote and then relating it to the contents of the video. Now, the reason why I've capped this is because if you are just, if your only response to a reaction video is to keep talking about, things to do with your own personal experience, that's fine. That does add to the experience of watching the video, right? But again, there is a limit to how much that is transformative compared to the original contents of the video. Because if it only relates to you as a person, that's great. But again, if that's all you have to bring to the table, then I don't view that as being very transformative in terms of trying to build on the premise of the original video. It's basically just you providing some form of testimony to go, yeah, this is valid, or yeah, this is my experience of subject of the original video. Second thing, articulating how a video makes you feel emotionally and why. Now, the second portion of that criteria, right, the and why, is the important part, because that's what separates people who just laugh at a part of the original video and then move on from the people who find it funny and then bother to explain what they find funny or articulate in some way, even if it's just in the form of a joke, what they find funny about the video, right? That's the bit that actually takes it from just being, oh, okay, that's a reaction that I might have had myself. It's what takes it from basically being empathy porn, right? You see, not empathy porn, sympathy porn, in the sense of you looking at someone else possibly react to the video in the same way that you did, right? Seeing your own reaction to a video mirrored back at you. It's what elevates a reaction from being just that to being, oh, okay, this is someone who's actually seeking to add something to the original beyond just the basic human response to something that might tickle them, right? They're actually bothering to add commentary to it in some form or other. And again, when I say commentary, I don't mean exclusively the kind of thing that I try to do during my streams where I'm, picking things apart or trying to analyze it or dissect it in some way. Commentary can just be you cracking a joke about something, right? Or it could just be you expressing a thought that has occurred to you or articulating a reason behind a response that you've had to a video. But again, whatever form the commentary takes, the most important thing is that it is there. And if you just express that something makes you feel uncomfortable, if you just go like, or if you just go, guys, what did he mean by this? And then you move on. That's not really, that's not really transformative. That's just filler noise for the most part. It's sympathy bait at best and filler noise at worst. Third capped criteria for awarding 1 point per instance is non-cut-in, non-zoom edit/gag that visualizes and or emphasizes the commentary in some way. This is basically just me trying to look for ways of rewarding the way that the upload has been made beyond just what the React tuber themselves are doing on camera and on screen. This is basically me trying to account for some of the things that the editor can do in order to make a React video different from the original. And again, I choose non-cut-in and non-zoom because those are, they are the easiest to do. They are also the ones that have the least impact in terms of actually allowing you as the viewer to interpret what is being said in a, I suppose, vivid manner. They add the least, I suppose, for want of a better way of describing it, zooms and cut-ins are very simplistic edits that do not do very much when it comes to, again, separating the reaction from the original. Right? I would expect something a little bit more, even if it just is in the form of putting a picture of something related to what the React tuber is talking about on screen to better illustrate the point to the audience, right? And again, the reason why I've capped this is because when it comes to if, for example, all the reaction videos were just constant zooming in and out, or like, adding funny sound effects to a React tuber just sitting there and, laughing at a video without really adding anything else, again, that's still kind of, content theft. It's just that the main barrier between a total co-opting of the original and it being deemed as an actual transformative work, I suppose. Oh, sorry. The only barrier in the way of it being deemed a total co-oping of the original video is just the editor going ham, right? And again, if you are going to upload a reaction to your YouTube channel, I would assume that most of the value of, what makes it different should be coming from the React tuber, not their editor. So for that reason, I've capped it that one as well. Final one that's capped, expressing appreciation of the video and or affection for its creator. And I've capped that at 1 instead of 3 as I have for the previous ones. The reason for that is not only because of the fact that, this allows me to, by capping these 4 criteria, let's say that, for example, a creator only does these 4 things, right? And they manage to do each of them, they manage to get the max amounts of points for each of these individual categories of responses they can have to the original video. That gives them a total of 10 points max, which will leave them in React slop affection, in the sense that, yeah, there's been effort. You can tell that there's been effort. But again, it's just shy of being, transformative in the sense that this is someone actually engaging their brain to really lock in and try to respond to a video beyond just making it, getting over the most basic line in the most basic line in the sand for, okay, I'm not outright stealing this content, right? It's still slop, but it is slop that has been done with a measure of consistency, essentially. The reason why I've capped this one at 1 is because glazing the creator of the original video is not a substitute for actually trying to react to the video proper, right? Saying, oh, I really like them because XYZ, or I think they're really funny, or every time one of their videos comes out, I'm just sitting there waiting to react to that, etc., etc., etc. Like, that's good, that's fine. I'm sure the creator of the original video gets a little bit of an ego boost whenever they hear that. But again, I capped it at 1 because that is not a substitute for actual reacting, right? It's going ham, so a scene tag video? Yeah, pretty much. Now, there are other criteria, or other things that a reactor can do that will end up netting them a point that are not capped, however. One is making an original critique of the contents of the video. Now, what I mean by original critique is they end up critiquing something in the video, or leveling a point of criticism, or raising a point about something shown in the video that the original creator did not make. The reason why I added this in is because in a lot of cases, and this is a problem that I talked about previously when I was going through the an issue that Mythos ran into when it comes to the limits of React content in terms of being able to establish distinctiveness in your own branding as a content creator. This is especially observable in shoe-on-head videos, or other videos in the same vein as shoe-on-head, where the creator is essentially the original video creator is assembling a compilation of people behaving in a manner that is dislikable, or inappropriate, or odd, or, bizarre, and then criticizing that behavior in the video, right? The issue is, very often, when reactors then take that video and then they react to it, often what they will end up doing is their critiques of the contents of the video are just repetitions of the critiques that the original creator already made in the video. For example, let's say Shoe on Head in one of her videos shows a misandrist, hyper-feminist who is talking about how all men need to be killed and the male loneliness epidemic doesn't actually exist, and etc., etc., etc. We should have had matriarchy yesterday, right? And Shoe on Head in her video goes, yeah, that's kind of insane. That makes no sense. And then the person reacting to Shoe on Head's video goes, wow, isn't it crazy how how this is such normalized thing, this is a normalized thing nowadays? Isn't this kind of, people get away with this kind of misandry way too easily in contemporary society? Again, that is the reactor critiquing the contents of Shu's video, but that is not an original critique, right? That is basically just them repeating what Shu already said, while reacting to the video. So again, I don't view that as a flaw in terms of the reaction. Like, a lot of people will take some form of enjoyment out of hearing a React tuber say something in their own words. Because again, if we're watching the video for them, right, for the React tuber, we want to hear how they're going to say things, how they think about things, right? Which, makes sense for the genre. But I do view the act of trying to level or make an original critique, something that the original creator didn't say in their own video, I do view that as being a distinct thing that should be rewarded separately. The second criteria that is uncapped in terms of how many points it can give to a particular video is analyzing and or critiquing the video's composition, presentation, and argumentation. Basically, its style, its format, or its framing. Now, basically, these are two halves of the same kind of critique. One is rewarding a React tuber for actually making a critique of the contents of the video or making an observation about the contents of the video. The other is noticing and or pointing out in their commentary something about how the video has been put together, right? Not just what it contains, but the actual way that it's been made. And then finally, contextualizing a sentiment or argument expressed by the original creator to your audience in your own words. Now, the wording of this particular criteria is very important because contextualizing... I hope Berry Crepe shows up. Oh, Xanthopy, welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, Berry Crepe will show up. Berry Crepe will show up. But contextualizing, when I say contextualizing a sentiment or argument, that is distinct from just repeating something that the original creator has said, right? Using the example I just gave, right? It's not just when someone watches Shu go, oh, this crazy feminist said a crazy feminist thing, and then the React tuber then going, wow, misandry is really normalized in contemporary society. No, it's actually taking that and then basically building off of that by making some sort of observational commentary about, okay, but where does this come from, right? Why might this be the case? If Shu says, okay, look at this crazy feminist doing, saying crazy feminist thing, and then people going, I often wonder if it's because of XYZ part of, modern day society and how it's been arranged, or contemporary power structures and incentive structures, etc., etc. Now that is a contextualization of a sentiment or argument expressed in the original video, not just a repetition of it, right? So that's the kind of thing that I'm going to be looking for. And again, that kind of thing actually requires you to be switched on when you're reacting to a video, which is why I view that as something that should be rewarded without limit. Every single instance where it is done, or every bit of context that you're able to bring to a video that the video itself was not able to encompass, that is a valuable insight that goes towards, quite significantly, making a reaction video transformative in terms of how it builds upon the original. And the other thing is, and this is something pretty fair question, or sorry, not question so much as critique of the criteria that I have right now, right? I had someone on Twitter, I don't quite remember the username, but they were pointing out how, a lot of the one of the critiques that they had of the way that I set up this scoring system is a lot of people watch React videos for fun, right? They want something fun to tune into, etc., etc. And a lot of this, right? A lot of the points in favor, a lot of the criteria that ends up netting a point for the reaction video, a lot of them sound like a lot of them make it sound like I'm expecting, I'm only going to be rewarding and I'm going to be implicitly expecting the React tuber to, pick apart and analyze and dissect the videos. Like, it's very much geared towards an analytical reaction, not just a vibes-based reaction. Yeah, and they asked if it was, they wanted to see something that was able to account more for the reactor making an original video, making their reaction transformative by adding a degree of fun or comedy to the reaction that wasn't or might not have been present in the original. And the thing is, while I can't actually try to objectively rate how funny something is, I can, through these exact criterion, account for efforts made to use humor to make some sort of observation or insight, right? Because again, jokes have a structure, right? They require thought and conscious assembly in order to be made. And the thing is, just because someone is trying to contextualize an argument or sentiment in their own words does not mean that they have to do it in the same way that I do it on my streams, for example, where I take a very analytical framing towards things. Contextualizing a sentiment or argument in your own words could be something as simple as you cracking a joke that points out an additional, aspect of the issue that that has not been touched upon, at least explicitly, by the original creator. In other words, jokes work fine as a form of contextualization in the reactor's own words. I'm curious, thank you for the 2. We don't come to the chairman's stream for fun. Well, I mean, it's not. Well, okay. I understand that I understand that quite a few of you guys tune into these streams because you find them fun as well as interesting, which I very much appreciate. I understand that I'm not exactly everyone's cup of tea, and neither is my content for that matter. However, when it comes to, adding fun, the thing is, citing a personal experience or anecdote and relating back to the concept of the video, again, a lot of VTubers, when they're reacting to things, they will end up saying, they'll end up telling a funny story about something that happened to them in the past that is tangentially related to whatever the video is talking about. That is an instance where, yes, they are adding comedy, they're using comedy to try and make their reaction transformative, but it is still encompassed by that criteria, even though that criterion, in the way that it's phrased, does not instantly make you think about a joke, for example, right? Like when you read citing a personal experience or anecdote and relating it to the contents of the video, the first thing that crops up in your head probably isn't, oh, someone doing a funny, but it does encompass someone doing a funny. So if you're worried that this system is not going to account for things like comedy or how that might be transformative, don't worry. I'm not going to be, I'm going to be applying these I think pretty charitably. I'm going to try to apply them pretty charitably, which means that things like jokes, so long as they do fall under these umbrellas, they will be counted towards, things that will give videos more points, right? However, then we move on to the things that will get a video penalized in terms of how many points it gets, right? -1 point for each instance of the following. The first one is stating aloud what is being shown on screen without additional commentary. Now, you may note that all of these -1s are uncapped. That is deliberate, because it doesn't matter if, for example, part of your, let's say, for example, a third of your video is you actually putting in effort to making insightful commentary about about someone else's video. If most of it, right, if most of it is you just phoning it in, I don't care. It's not transformative enough, right? So, -1 point for stating aloud what is shown on screen without additional commentary. Again, laughing, giggling, snorting, saying you're gonna piss yourself, that doesn't count as additional commentary, right? If you're just repeating something word for word in incredulity, like, that's basically the kind of thing that clowns do to keep kids entertained, right? Billy, think of the 5. Fun? I thought, okay. You gotta wait. We're only getting digits on Friday at earliest.
video. So that's the first thing. The second thing that penalties are going to be applied for are repeating aloud what was said in the video word for word without additional commentary. So again, this is the verbal version of the previous criterion. The previous criterion is you just seeing something that's on screen and just saying it out loud. Like, for example, let's say that you're talking about a casual geographic video, right? And he shows on screen a video of an orca bashing into a shark, for example, talking about how orcas hunt. And you go, wow, that orca just rammed into a shark. No shit, Sherlock. That's not transformative commentary. You're just saying aloud what people can already see if they're, watching what's happening on screen. So, second thing is repeating aloud what is said in the video word for word without additional commentary. Laughing does not count. So that's basically, again, you basically just restate what the original video creator said in the video, as if that's just like that's the sum total of your contribution to that part of your reaction. The stating what is shown on screen of it. Oh, so good question, Zuli. That first, you're not going to be penalized. The React tubers aren't going to be penalized if they end up saying something or predicting something that's going to be shown on screen before it is shown on screen. That's different, right? That's just them expressing their capacity for pattern recognition. And while that on its own is not something that I deem to be insightful commentary, unless it is tied to a broader point about how predictable the video's composition is, which would fall under the category of this positive criteria, I don't view it as being something worthy of penalty, right? So that's for the most part. If they just say, "Oh, I bet this thing is about to be shown on screen," and then that thing is indeed shown on screen, I don't count that as them just stating aloud what is shown without additional commentary. Clearly, Sarah, thank you for the £2. But Armchair, that's like 90% of my IRL conversations, and that's fair enough, right? A lot of our IRL conversations consist of padding. Some of you may find this rather difficult to picture based off of how I am on stream, right? How much I try to articulate things on stream. But in real life, when I'm speaking to my friends, right? Like when I meet up with some of my IRL friends, I'm just shooting shit with them and I just, we're just talking casually. A lot of it is just brain dead repeating memes to one another, right? And just variations of the same phrase over and over as some sort of autistic back and forth, right? This, it's the same thing that birds in a flock do. So, again, a lot of our IRL conversations just consist of us trying to establish an overarching feeling and atmosphere of comfort. We're not trying to intellectually engage in every single second of every single conversation. And for IRL interactions, that's perfectly fine, right? But these are not IRL interactions. These are people making the conscious decision to take content from someone else and then essentially re-upload a version of it onto the same platform as the original content was hosted on. Which is why I view it as being a point against the validity of it here, and not a point against the validity of it if it's just you and I talking to our friends in real life, right? Because let's be honest, none of us are completely intelligible when we're just chilling with our friends. None of us. None of us sound completely coherent. I would be willing to bet money that a good deal of us, when we're just sitting in a room with nobody else but our close friends, we sound completely unintelligible to the average stranger who may walk past. But yeah, a group of guys pretty much communicate solely with grunts and finger pointing. It's pretty impressive. Yeah, but again, that's the kind of natural thing that takes over when you really know someone, right? You anticipate how they think, how they react to things, and as a result, a lot of your communication is more akin to a kind of weird form of monkey telepathy. But yeah. So again, that kind of stuff, just repeating things in variations, that's fine. I don't judge if that's what people do in their IRL conversations or everyday interactions. But if you're going to do it in a React video, then I'm going to take issue with that. Third criterion, Discussing something completely unrelated to the video or its contents, doubled if done while it is still playing. The reason why I'm going to, and again, I say complete. The key word in this criteria is completely. If something is tangentially related to the topic of the video, and the VTuber is just yapping on and on about it, that's perfectly fine. Tangents are part of the reason why we find the reaction videos interesting, after all. But the tangents do still have to be related to the subject of the video, even if only in a very, very minute way. If it's completely unrelated to the original, I view it as something that could have been cut out of the reaction video that is uploaded to YouTube if a little bit of effort or interest in quality control was put into it. I view that as, therefore, if it's completely unrelated and the viewer cannot readily tell how a tangent is related to the subject of the video, I view that as being an indictment on how much effort has been put into making the reaction video. And again, I will be doubling the penalty, so it's going to be -2 for an instance of this instead of -1 if that completely unrelated, tangent is done while talking over the original video. Because at that point, why not just pause the video, get that tangent out of the way, and keep going, right? If you're not only are you not bothering to tell your editor to cut out something completely unrelated to the original video in your reaction, in the reaction video that you're going to be uploading, but you're also talking over the original video about something completely unrelated, well, just basically having it on as background noise. Like, no, we're not going to be rewarding that. I think that is peak laziness, both on the part of the reactor and on the part of the editor, if that is what they are doing, right? And again, it's not very common, right? Because usually, I can forgive if someone's talking over the original video, even if I do find it annoying, if their tangent is related to the subject of the video. But if they are talking over the original video while it's still playing, and what they're talking about is completely unrelated to the subject of the video, I just view that as being disrespectful and a waste of, including that in the upload later on. Fourth, any variation of chat, is this real? No way? Or you're so right? Or based? Or whatever, without additional commentary. Like, just expressing incredulity, disbelief, or, no way? Or so true. It's just lazy, sycophantic parroting. It's not transformative. You're phoning it in at that point, right? And then, finally, fifth criterion, video playing without commentary. Okay, so this is the criteria. This is the thing that I might end up changing, right? Because some of the videos that people have uploaded React videos to, some of the original videos that people have uploaded React content to, is about 10 minutes or less, which makes it a bit awkward because, let's say, for example, that a content creator doesn't really have anything really insightful to say for 5 minutes of a 2-hour-long video that they are reacting to. That's fair enough, right? Because I can understand if 5 minutes out of the 2 hours is, I can understand if for that amount of time relative to the total length of the video, you don't have that much to say. But if 5 minutes passes in the runtime of a 10-minute video, and all of your contribution in terms of commentary has consisted of laughing or going so true and nothing else, then yeah, we're going to have an issue with that. So for that reason, I'm thinking of changing this from being a flat amount to being a percentage of the original video's runtime. Now, the reason why I say of the original video's duration is because, let's say, for example, well, actually, it's a bit of a redundant distinction, to be honest, but it's a nice, I think because of that reason, it might have been me unconsciously realizing that putting a flat amount is probably worse than putting a percentage of original runtime. So I might end up changing this so that it is, instead of saying, video playing without commentary for 5 minutes or more of its duration at a time, I'm thinking of changing that to maybe 20% of the videos. Is 20, actually, I'm curious, do you guys think 20% of the original video's runtime is a bit too generous when it comes to the amount that you watch in your reaction video without having any commentary over? Without adding any commentary to? Can I nominate Prof for this tier list? I'm not technically a React tuber, so that is, I do not qualify, to be blunt. Bye. No way is the chairman this harsh. Look, I understand. Again, this is why I make a distinction between transformative reactions and essentially just sympathy porn, right? Where you are just going, oh, wow, that's, I agree with this part of the original video, and the React tuber agrees with this part of the original video. We are so alike. I feel so affirmed. Like, yeah, that's a reason why React videos are appealing, but that's not transformative, is my point. And again, the way that I'm evaluating these videos is based off of how transformative they are. In other words, how much effort they put into being different from the original compared to how well are they geared towards making the target audience feel good. Generous, I'd say 10-ish. 15% sounds good to me. Okay, yeah, I think 10 is a bit too harsh, right? Because let's say you have a 10-minute video, and let's say for like 1 minute they have nothing to say. I don't think that's quite fair. I think 15 is a reasonable middle ground between 20 and 10, to be honest, though. So, yeah, I think we go 15% of the original runtime. Yeah, 15% of the original runtime is quite a big chunk, right? It scales depending on what you're talking about here. So I think 15% is fair. Original, the original video's runtime. My grading criteria in college was less stringent than this. See, I don't know that, because one of the issues that I've always had with the way that college papers are graded, well, actually, this same problem applies even in high school and primary school, depending on how much emphasis the respective school puts into teaching its kids how to write. A lot of grading when it comes to written assessments is vibe-based. For example, you may find, based off of your final score after handing in some sort of assessment or assignment or whatever, that it does seem like you based off of the feedback that you've received, right? It does seem that you have been graded stringently, but not in a way that you could have predicted or accounted for just reading the criteria that they had, just reading the criteria that they gave you when they first gave you the assessment task, right? So what I often find to be the problem with the way that college assessments are graded and high school assessments are graded, at least insofar as they apply to literature-based written assessments, is the way that they are graded is often stringent in some way, in the sense that the person doing the grading has a set of very clear things that they do or don't approve of in their minds. But that's not very well reflected in the way that the criteria are written out for people when they get given the assessment in the first place. So this is just my attempt at autistically trying to articulate in as clear a manner as possible how I'm going to be judging or quote-unquote grading the videos that we're going to be, assessing or reacting to ourselves, right? What I'm saying is I don't think I'm quite as stringent, but I do think I'm putting more effort into trying to articulate how I'm assessing things. History professor I worked for in grad school allowed the undergrad one single sentence fragment without penalty. Their writing was that bad. Oof. I had a great teacher towards the end of secondary school English, and she did the exact opposite of vibe-based. She actually made me realize why I dislike the other teacher structures. Yeah, exactly. And often, well, I mean, this was a very recurring trend when I was teaching kids in high school. But usually all it takes is one teacher, right? One teacher, they could be, what, like 12 years through schooling? And all it takes is one teacher to actually put in the barest modicum of effort to actually go, okay, you know how you lost, grade, you lost part of your marks or grading because teachers have a preference for XYZ thing or like whatever. You actually bother to try and explain to them the correlation between the grade that they got and the criteria they were given. And just like that, they instantly, they sort of retroactively are able to apply it to all of their previous assessments and all of the previous, things that they've handed in. And all of a sudden they understand what it is they are doing. And you see this sort of like new purpose emerging in their eyes as they finally, for the first time, realize that the grades that they've been getting are not entirely random and that there is a correlation between something they can do and the end product of what they get out by the time they're done. And that sort of that ability to connect between what you are doing yourself and the results that those things yield, that agency is, for the most part, I find lost in very much of the schooling system as it exists, and even into college or university, depending on which part of the world you come from and what you choose to call it. Even throughout college and university, it's like the same thing that I often hear, where people don't feel a sense of agency in their own learning because no one's explained to them, what is the correlation between the results that they're getting and the criteria they were given. When in actuality, all it takes is one teacher, just one, sitting down with a student and going, yeah, so this is the thing. This is what you did. This is what the criteria were. This is what the criteria was. This is what they actually meant when they said this in the criteria. And then just like that, they get it. So I did often find myself wishing that schools were better at doing this, because that was the thing that I noticed, that schools, especially public schools, were fucking awful at making it clear to the students exactly what the grading criteria actually meant, or what the correlation was between things the student could do and how they would be graded by a teacher. So you still remember when a teacher asked an opinion-based question and counted me wrong for giving my opinion on a test? Yeah, it's depressing how often that happens, especially in classes that are literature-based, like English, or, well, actually, mostly English, funnily enough. Or at least, I don't know what you guys call it in the States, but over here in Australia, it's usually in high school and below, it's just called English, right? I don't think there's often much of a distinction between English and literature. But in university, obviously, it separates into a bunch of different branches, like literature, different genres of literature, different literary movements or whatever, and, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, no, very often I find what teachers in the social sciences will do, or what teachers who teach literature will do, is they will do that thing that you described, Zuli, where they ask for an opinion, and then they will assess you, they will penalize you if your opinion does not align with theirs, which I find very frustrating, especially as a teacher. Because, again, it's just well, actually, this is tangenting quite a bit from the main topic of this stream, but on the topic of making sure people actually understand how you are judging things, I find it quite depressing that this was a government class. Yeah, so yeah, it's a very common social sciences problem among social sciences teachers, at least from anecdotally from what I've observed. But in Australia, at least, the bar for becoming an educator is depressingly low. Because over here, as I've talked about in one of the first 10 streams that I did on this channel, so this was like a while ago, more than a year ago at this point. But in Australia, like with a lot of other countries in the sort of Oceania region, we have a standardized test that all of us do at the end of high school that is supposed to essentially act as an indicator of our potential and thus gate for which disciplines we are able to pursue in college or university, right? it's not that we are completely locked out of a certain discipline if we don't do well in this standardized test that we do countrywide. But it is more so the case that it is going to be a longer road that is going to require alternate pathways rather than just straightforward entering a degree in a university the very next year, right? If you choose to start that soon. So, as you can probably imagine, right? Yeah, kind of like a GCE type thing, right? Over here we call it the HSC, right? High School Certificate or something. I think that's the thing it's supposed to stand for. And over here, so we have the standardized test, we get given a score, and based off that score, we get told which disciplines, or we get told which universities are going to be willing to offer degrees for, places in degrees for whatever disciplines or whatever. As you can probably imagine, law and medicine, they are, I thought every country did this. Well, I mean, every country that has a standardized education system, yeah. But that's just our version of doing it. As you can probably imagine, disciplines like law and medicine, they have a very high barrier to entry, right? You need to do very well on this standardized test. You need to rank in a very high percentile of overall students taking this test in order to qualify for easy entry into those disciplines. However, teaching is hilariously low in the sense that the way that our tests are graded is that by the end of them, we are not really assigned a grade. We are given a number, but that number is an indication of how much of the student population we rank higher than. So over here, we call it the ATAR, the Australian Tertiary Admissions Rank. I think that's what it stands for. And if you get an ATAR of 95, that's supposed to indicate that you scored higher than 95% of the student population that took that test. Now, for things like medicine and law, you need like a 95, somewhere around the 90 plus range, which makes sense, right? Top 10% of the highest, 10%, top 10% of the students who took the test end up getting into those degrees easily because they display a high aptitude for learning, right? That top 10 percentile makes sense. However, right when you get to around 50 and below, they don't bother to give you a number. They just call it a mystery ATAR, essentially, right? When you get below 50, right, so you rank among the bottom 50% of the students to take that standardized test, they don't even bother giving you your number, right? They just say, you tried your best, whatever. And to be a teacher, most teaching degrees in Australia, you don't actually need to rank that highly. Like, you can get that mystery percentile and still become a teacher. Now, again, that's not in and of itself a bad thing, right? I don't think that you can being able to teach is not necessarily something that I think should be tied strictly to the actual results that you end up getting in a standardized test, right? Least of all, a once-off thing that you do at the very end of your high school career, I suppose. Well, your time at high school. But that being said, I don't think that in teaching degrees based off of the education, the students taking education degrees in the time that I was at university, the ones that I interacted with, I don't think that they do a very good job of actually vetting for teachers that have an aptitude for trying to explain things like criteria or standards to their student, nor do they seem to have a very great system for teaching prospective teachers how to separate their own opinions from something that is being assessed. And over time, what you can very, very easily see is that a good deal of the teachers that we entrust our kids to in this country are not very good at consciously separating their own feelings and opinions from the tasks that they are being asked to grade among their students. A lot of teachers will take a difference of opinion between themselves and a student and mistake that for being a flaw in the student's argumentation, right? For example, a lot of essay grading I've noticed in our high schools, so usually when you write an essay, right? And this doesn't just apply to, for example, high school writing tasks, but just in general, right? Ideally, this is the standard that video essays on YouTube are held to as well. Essays are an exercise in argumentation. You start off with a hypothesis, a theory, a point that you're trying to prove, and you spend the rest of your essay basically trying to convince your reader, present evidence in a coherent manner that is designed to convince your audience, your viewer, your reader, whatever, that what you are saying holds water. The problem is, a lot of teachers, when they try to grade essays, they find the conclusion to be something they disagree with, but they then mark that essay as if the argumentation by which the student arrived at that conclusion they disagree with as being flawed as well, automatically, which I find to be very irritating as a fellow teacher, because that is very counterintuitive. That only teaches your students how to think the same as you, that rewards your students for thinking the same as you, without giving them any indication as to how good they actually are at making a coherent point. And that is a very common shortcoming that infests the way that we do education over here. I'm sure that you guys in the States or you guys in Europe might have similar anecdotal experiences with your education systems as well. But again, standardized education is not very good at giving people, well, actually, it's not designed to give people the tools to think independently and express that thinking in an articulate and coherent manner. It is, for the most part, basically just selecting a bunch of teachers and letting them loose amongst a bunch of students and telling them how to think or speak or write, which I find to be incredibly annoying. Because if you choose to pursue some sort of social sciences-based degree in university, a good chunk of your early years is going to be spent essentially trying to unlearn a bunch of bad habits that you developed in high school, trying to appease whatever teachers you had in the social sciences or in literature classes, which again is just wasted time for the most part. I think what you consider a bug is what in most education industries considered a good feature of forcing opinions. Oh yeah, no, for sure. That's why I corrected myself halfway through saying that, it's something that they get wrong. Whereas just like you said, right? It's what they are designed to do, right? Our modern education system is actually it's not based on teaching people how to think. That's just the way that it's advertised to concerned parents. No, in actuality, especially in the West, well, actually, I wouldn't even say especially in the West, just in general, standardized education is designed to produce standardized thought, right? It's not really much deeper than that. That's really all it is, right? So, unfortunately, that's just the reality of how things are. But anyways, back to the topic at hand, right? That major tangent over. So, the last thing that I'm going to be deducting, a point for is every 15 seconds that a video is playing while the reactor is AFK / doing something unrelated on screen. This is where they're just, for example, like playing a game on screen instead of like just having the video on in like a corner of their stream or whatever in the background of their stream, or if they're actually pulling a Hassan and just straight up leaving while just having the video continue playing. For every 15 seconds that happens, I'm going to be deducting a point. And again, in this particular case, I don't feel the need to do a sort of, percentage-based thing. Because, yeah, whatever, right? If you're just leaving a video running, I don't care. You deserve to be... That's not transformative in the slightest, and you're not even trying, right? Minus 20 points in total. Minus 1 point for failing point 3. Yeah, pretty much. That rant was pretty long? Yeah, pretty much. Holy walls of text. 15 seconds total or sequential? 15 seconds sequential. Maybe I should say every 15-second block that a video is playing while the reactor is AFK. or slash doing something unrelated on screen. But yeah, XQC is probably negative 2000. Look, I don't think anyone goes to XQC expecting a transformative reaction to anything. All right, let's be perfectly honest here. Does eating while reacting count for this one? Only if they aren't saying anything while they're eating, right? Like if all I'm hearing is just crunching and chomping and nothing else, then yeah, I'm going to view that as you just taking advantage of the fact that something is playing on screen to keep your dopamine, your dopamine burnt viewership tuned into the stream. So yeah, we now have the chair scale for React VTuber. So this is the criterion that we are going to be working with when it comes to assessing it. At least this is what I conceived of to begin with. Now, here's the part of the stream where we actually try testing it against a bunch of videos that I think exemplify good versus bad reactions. And so, I want to see if this actually works and where the video ends up on this tier list. Because based off of what the final results are off of these tests, I may have to tweak some of the, for example, some of the caps, or perhaps other aspects of the criteria. By the way, I'm thinking about making the actual React stream a drinking stream as well, because it is. I've noticed over the course of watching multiple React videos, I've noticed that there is a possibility for a bit of a drinking game here, where it's a nice mix of gambling. So you're not guaranteed cirrhosis, but there are frequent enough, there are tropes that are overplayed enough to the point where they do give you an excuse to drink alcohol if that is your goal. So I've tacked on an added React tuber drinking game where you can take a shot. By the way, we're not doing it for this stream, right? We're doing it for the actual rating stream, the actual tier list stream. But this is just me giving you guys a preview of what it consists of. Where you take a shot every time the VTuber in the React video snorts, slams their desk, screams at the video, or says they're going to piss themselves. All four of these, over the course of watching multiple React videos, have stood out to me as tropes that happen fairly often when, it doesn't matter which content creator you're talking about. This seems to be a recurring theme among all of them, or at least a big number of them, big percentage of them. So, yeah. Drinking game collab with Jack's Films. Probably not. But yeah, so if you guys feel like maybe I'll I'll put it to a poll. I'm curious. Do we turn the tier list stream into a drinking stream as well? Do we do a drinking stream as well? Yes, no. That is totally Filipino, boy. See, actually, I had a few people recommend Filian, right? But the thing is, again, going for reasons that we'll get into in a second, I don't think Filian counts as a React tuber, or at least not in the sense of React tubers that I'm interested in for the purposes of this stream. So yeah. Who have you been? Okay, they don't actually piss themselves, but VTubers saying, "Oh, I'm going to piss myself" in reference to laughing hard at something, that's fairly common. Like, especially among the Twitch crowd, I can't help but notice it is a fairly common thing among React tubers, and specifically amongst React tubers on Twitch. Well, actually, that's a bit redundant. Most React tubers are on Twitch, because on YouTube, I'm pretty sure that if you choose to react to something, the range of things you can react to without getting nuked by copyright on YouTube is much, much smaller than it is on Twitch. Drunken chair is always a yes. I don't think I have done any drinking on stream, to be honest. I don't think I have. So this would be another first. But yeah, it's relatively common. Like, it's one of those things where, it's one of those nickel jokes, but it's not just 2 nickels. It's more than 2, which is why I thought it happened commonly enough to the point of being added as a part of the drinking game. Philin already did number 2 on stream. Yeah, I know she doesn't. Michael Laura, thank you for being a Footstool for 19 months. Keep the yes at 69. Oh, hi, by the way. Welcome to the stream, Michael Laura. But yeah, so these are the criterion that we're going to be working off of. So, as an attempt at basically test running how well these criteria work, if we actually try applying them to an actual reaction, we're going to first try applying it to an example of a bad reaction, and then 2 examples of a good reaction, just to see how it ends up going, right? To start off with, in terms of bad reaction, we're going to go with this video taken out of Hassan's stream from back in like more than half a decade ago, in like 2021, when he was choosing to react to a casually explained video about Twitch streamers, funnily enough. This is the infamous video where he is so predictable in his reaction that Casually Explained manages to essentially bait him with he manages to break the fourth wall with a joke at the expense of Hassan. So yeah. Oh, Banmin, welcome to the stream. Welcome in. So you arrived just in time for us to try and test the actual grading criteria on an actual reaction video. So, by the way, I'm just going to be keeping this. I'm just going to be keeping this here. Can you guys actually see that, or is this too small? Why do you hate us? Look, it's okay. You guys can still see yourselves typing, so that's all that matters. Oh, the monstrous! Welcome to the stream. I hope you had a nice stream earlier on today, by the way. In any case, so yeah, I'm going to keep the criteria here while I play. Don't worry if it cuts off a portion of the video towards the bottom left. There's not really anything showing there anyways, so it should be fine. But we're going to play through this entire video, grading it throughout the entire runtime, and then seeing how well Hassan ends up scoring while we apply these criteria. So we'll see if it actually works. It's too small to make out the text. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to be enlarging it when something happens in the video that I deem to be, you know, worth penalizing or rewarding, right? Too small, chairman. The problem is if I enlarge it to the point where it's actually, like, you know, readable, the issue is that you can't see the video that we're actually reacting. To be fair, though, I don't think that's that's too much of a loss based off of how this reaction video ends up panning out. But I'll just leave it, you know, small here, and then we'll enlarge it when something happens. All right, so the whole video, by the way, Hassan's this reaction video is 13 minutes 7 seconds long. The original video, and this is relevant because of the point that I mentioned earlier about 20% of the 15% of the original runtime elapsing without any commentary. The original video that he's actually reacting to, by Casually Explained, was 5 minutes 51 seconds long. So if we do the maths on that, 5 minutes 51 seconds, that's 351 seconds total, and as a result, 351 seconds, 15% of that is around, 45 seconds-ish. So if 45 seconds of the original video's runtime elapses and Hassan still hasn't made any sort of commentary or whatever, we end up deducting a point from that. So that's the increment we're going off of, 45 seconds at a time or thereabouts. The other thing, I want you to look at the upload date behind this video. This clip of Hassan reacting to Casually Explain's video uploaded 27th of September 2021. The original video uploaded 27th of September 2021. So immediately as a result of that, you need to wait 5 days grace period between original video upload and reaction upload. Already we are starting with a minus 5 points, so to speak. So let me adjust that there. Did the video have a built-in sponsor? Yes, it did. Now, I'm not going to... I didn't choose to deduct any points or penalize for skipping the sponsor, mostly because the ethics around that when you're a reactor is kind of, I understand not skipping the sponsored segment being an appreciated thing if you are just a viewer watching it in your own time, but if you are a reactor, like all that happens is you, because of the fact that I'm not aware of sponsorship contracts where the original creator in question gets paid extra while counting the views from reaction videos as well, because I'm not aware that any sort of deal in that vein exists. I don't view that as being worth penalizing. Now, things would be different if, for example, we had an original content creator coming out and saying, "Yeah, I had a deal with my sponsor where they would count the views that reactions to my video received as well if the reaction video in question played my sponsored segment as well." If that was the case, then yeah, I would feel the need to penalize that. But I haven't seen an instance of that yet, so for that reason, I'm just sponsored segments and skipping sponsored segments in reactions. I think that's whatever.
Casually explained, uploaded a video about Twitch streamers. Wait, really? Oh, here.
How is the audio, by the way? Thanks, Armchair. Thought I'd stop by, though it's early here, so it may fall back into slumber. No problem at all. No problem at all. I appreciate you showing up, so please don't feel like you need to stay awake for me or anything. I skipped the sponsor segment when the reactor watches it anyways. See, exactly, right? Yeah. That's usually how it goes. It's interesting because Asman never skips and he doesn't have to. Yeah. I wish we had a different example screenshot. But yeah, sounds good? Okay.
Here we go. 900 views.
So Twitch is the world's largest live streaming platform and owned by Amazon. And while originally it was almost entirely for gaming, it's now expanded to all sorts of shows and IRL content, with top streamers averaging tens of thousands of viewers and special events and tournaments getting into the hundreds of thousands. With so much content, there's pretty much something for everyone, whether you're a gamer.
Notice how, again, you've just had opening him commenting about Twitch streamers. Like, there is an opportunity for him to either interject and go, yeah, that's correct, or, I disagree with whatever, right? But, so far, nothing. That's fair enough. It's only the first, less than 30 seconds of the video. Now, granted, this is a 5-minute, 51-second video. So, like I said, the amount of time that elapses before we reach 15% is, we're about 15 seconds off of that. But again, he's taking his time. He's being pretty chill, right?
A musician, a hobbyist, or just a member of Twitch staff. Unlike TV, streaming appeals primarily to a teenage and young adult audience, and having done some streaming myself, I've realized it's basically a place where high school kids go to learn social skills from adults who act like high school kids. With this in mind, if you're a streamer, it can be hard to keep everyone well behaved in the chat.
And with that, we have now reached 47 seconds of this runtime. The original video, mind you, has been playing for about the same amount of time because it starts like kind of the same. We'll wait a few more seconds.
You have to set some rules for everyone to follow. Personally, I think it's important to listen to the interests of...
Oh, sorry, my internet's acting up again. Apologies. Mood down. Yeah, apparently YouTube doesn't want to show this either. Am I right? It's funny, actually. In trying to imitate his laugh, he has like that very stereotypical kind of, frat boy laugh, but it's oddly high-pitched for a man of his size. Because, when you generally, if you were trying to imitate what he was doing, right? Like that kind of, like, I'd have to like force my voice into a higher register to get it to the same pitch as his, which I find, again, it's very odd that he sounds like that in spite of being that big and burly of a man. Hold on, let me refresh the page. Hopefully that fixes the problem.
Casually explain.
Okay, there we go.
And uploaded a video about Twitch streamers. Wait, really?
Okay, so let me count how many seconds before he hits play on the casually explained video, and then we'll add that on to how many seconds the runtime should be on this video before we count that as 15% of the original video. Is he right, chat? Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay, so 6 seconds. So technically we need to get to 51 seconds in this clip before we
With
do
this in
the same
mind, if
thing.
you're a streamer, it can be hard to keep everyone well behaved in the chat. So you have to set some rules.
Holy fuck. Okay, let me reduce the quality of this. Maybe that's the reason why it keeps stuttering. I'll turn it down to 480p.
For everyone to follow. Personally, I think it's important to listen to the interests of the Twitch chat. So just like in a democracy, there's
Okay, so now we're at 55 seconds of this clip, which accounts for the opening 6 to 7 seconds where that he took before he played the video. So now we've reached 45 seconds of the original video's runtime, which is 15% of its total runtime. And yeah, based off of that, we're going to be deducting a point because his only contribution to this commentary-wise has just been him shooting out that, as Pavlo put it, the squeaky commie laugh. So we're going to be deducting a point from this off of criteria, what, 5? Yeah, there we go, 5. Oh, this is the original slide, so this is the unadjusted one. But yeah, just pretend that 5 minutes says 15% of runtime instead. So we've now gone to -6 instead of minus. All right. There's still time. There's still, in this video of him reacting to it, we still have about 12 minutes left where he could salvage this, right? -6 may look like a lot, but it is still salvageable with enough attempt at trying to insert meaningful commentary.
really only one good way to make rules. Do whatever the fuck you want till Jeff Bezos stops paying you. Now, a big problem streamers have to deal with is their audience developing what are called parasocial relationships, which is when someone from their chat knows so much about them that they think they're close friends, even though to the streamer they're just some random viewer. And this is worsened because unlike
Again, he just says, so true. So we're going to be, again, we're going to be deducting that. Chat is this real, no way, so true without additional commentary. For the sake of grace, we're going to wait, like what? Actually, by the way, maybe I should add that stipulation. When I say additional commentary, maybe the window for additional commentary should be about 30 seconds in either direction, I guess. Like, you could say true, and then you can choose to expand on that. But I think if 30 seconds elapses and you don't end up expanding on that, then I'd say that that counts as no additional commentary. So when does he say true from? Let me get the exact timestamp.
think they're close friends, even though to the streamer they're just some random viewer.
Okay, so it's 1 minute 11 seconds. So I might add that to the original thing. Additional commentary. 30-second. So if within the next 30 seconds they don't end up elaborating on that in any way, we're gonna count that as no additional commentary.
And this is worsened because unlike traditional celebrities, Twitch chat can directly message and donate to the streamer in real time, getting a reaction. And
by the way, remember that the instances where you can be penalized for not having any sort of meaningful commentary for 15% of the original video's runtime, that applies multiple times
and making them feel more connected. And while most people think, bro, getting validation that way is kind of sad. Just remember it's the same thing your grandparents do for you, so make sure you have some empathy. So I can tell you from the perspective of a streamer, by far both the best and worst part of streaming is the chat, because they make you feel like you're the hottest girl in the club. You know there's a chance that someone cool is going to come up and chat with you, but 95% of your interactions...
Okay, so now we've reached 1 minute 40 seconds, which is about another 45 seconds after the first 15% of the original runtime, where Hassan didn't actually say anything. So again, we are going to be deducting yet another point because of that. So we get to -7.
Here's $5. How old are you?
And also because 30 seconds has elapsed from when he said true and didn't add anything else, that's basically him just saying true without additional commentary. So again, minus another point to -8.
How tall are you? Are you single? Yeah, still single. Oh, poggers, dude. Relatedly, because...
What the fuck? Oh, that's so true.
Like I said, I picked this example because I suspected it would demonstrate, what a rating on a bad reaction would look like. But I didn't test this beforehand, so I have no idea how low it could go if we actually applied the criteria.
Dude.
Wait, I gotta.
Again, start the 30-second timer from when he said so true. So hold on, let me.
So true.
Okay, so 30 seconds on from 2 minutes.
Dude.
Wait, I gotta.
Yeah, still single. Oh, poggers, dude.
That's literally a perfect. That is the perfect way to describe chat, dude.
Hassle.
Okay. Now, let's say we're being extra charitable to Hassan, right? That he goes back, he points out, he indicates a specific thing that Casually Explained is doing in the video, right? You pick this example to torture us. Look, if I'm going through it with you guys, then it's fair enough, right? We have consent from everyone involved because my suffering counts as solidarity with you guys, and you guys consent by being in the stream. But in any case, so let's be very charitable, right? He went back, so he said so true, but within 30 seconds of that, he did go back and identify a specific part of Casually Explained's video, which is presumably him, making that voice, putting that Pepe on screen and going, yeah, your Twitch chat feels good about the streamer being single as well. Right? Misery, yeah. The point that is, funnily enough, Xanthropy, I know that you said that in reference to you guys and me, but in the video as well, right? The point that Hassan's making is misery loves company. Or sorry, the point that Casually Explained is making is that misery loves company, and Hassan is pointing out how that has been carried across in the video. Yes, it is simplistic as fuck, but we can, in objectively speaking, that is something that he is doing, which would grant a point because it's basically him. It's basically him identifying how the video is presenting something, right? Now, it's not really a critique, but it is him pointing it out. And if we're being generous, yeah, we can add a point for that. So technically, instead of being -8, it's now -7. I did not consent. I'm sorry for your loss, Ravu. I'm sorry for your loss. The torture will improve. The torture will continue until morale improves.
Poggers, dude, and then just walks away. Oh, that's so sick. This video was geared towards, literally this sneaky bastard, dude, made a perfect video for Twitch streamers to watch.
Relatedly, because
Okay, so him expressing appreciation for the video, again, capped at 1, so this is the only point he's going to get for that, but this brings him up to -6.
so many Twitch viewers are young males.
He doesn't deserve the generosity. Again, the reason why I'm doing it here is not because it's Hassan, but just because I want to test run it in terms of being as generous as possible, so that when I end up doing the ratings later on, I'm not being excessively harsh, so that I want to try and aim for some variety so that not every single React video gets put into the F tier.
A big topic of conversation in the gaming community is always female streamers, and frankly,
I'm going to vomit. Poggers. I never really understood much of Twitch lingo, to be completely honest, but I imagine many of you guys are probably the same as me because of the fact that you guys are here watching my stream on YouTube. Rabu, are you still here, by the way, or did you nope out of this? I want to know if you've had enough. I'm curious.
female streamers have it rough on Twitch. Not financially, of course, but in terms of
Yeah,
being
exactly. We're looking for a baseline, yeah.
treated like a human being. This is because of the well-known fact that if you donate all your pocket money for that month to a female streamer, they are now legally obligated to be your girlfriend. I'm not saying it's fair or just, but I am saying I will also do anything for...
Okay, and with that, another 45 seconds has passed without him adding any... Well, actually, technically, he did break that streak by commenting earlier here, so it resets the timer. Hold on, let me rewind. I'm here, unfortunately. I respect the commitment to soldiering on.
Topic of conversation in the gaming community is always female streamers.
Perfect video for Twitch streamers to watch.
Relatedly, because so many
So starting from 2:31, we start counting another 45 seconds.
Twitch viewers are young males, a big topic of conversation in the gaming community is always female streamers. And frankly, female streamers have it rough on Twitch. Not
So
financially,
326 is the next, I suppose, the next milestone where he has time to make some sort of additional commentary.
of course, but in terms of being treated like a human being. This is because of the well-known fact that if you donate all your pocket money for that month to a female streamer, they are now legally obligated to be your girlfriend. I'm not saying it's fair or just, but I am saying I will also do anything for $25. Nevertheless, regardless of whether someone is a pro gamer or you just have a crush on them, at the end of the day, streaming is all about entertainment, and you can watch and support whoever you want. But at least be honest with yourself about it. I've seen people be like, oh, yeah, she does like yoga at the beach, and I've donated because she obviously can't afford it.
You're going back? I have to, because remember, the aim is to be accurate here. Objective regardless of how much I may dislike the specific person who is doing the reacting or how lazy I find the react video thus far.
A proper outfit, and I've been trying to learn yoga myself, you know. Yeah, okay, buddy, and I'm a tier 3 sub to Hassan for his political views. And we're back.
I'm sorry, what? Son of a bitch?
Okay, here, now this is a bit of a niche case, right? This is a bit of a fringe case. Because Hassan is basically saved by the video itself from being penalized further, because one of the things that Casually Explained chose to do was include this bit to break the fourth wall on purpose to make a dig at Hassan.
No, I love Casually Explained. Fun little meme. I mean, I've obviously watched a lot of his videos on stream before.
Now, again, if he just said, I love Casually Explained, that technically counts as another instance of him, expressing affection for the creator. But remember that criteria, that positive, is capped at only being worth one net 1 point. So even though it's the second time he's doing it, we're not going to be adding another point to the score.
I reached out to him like way back in the day. I think it was like 2016 or something, when I was at the Young Turks, and I was like, dude, you want to do content, you want to do some, videos together? And he was like, fuck no. Or wait, no, I think it was even more recently. Like, I literally was like, bro, he's in here. I was like, bro, do you want to do like, something with like politics? Oh my God, he's literally tier 2-3 sub.
Okay, so that section earlier on, he started talking about reaching out to Casually Explained when he was still, when his son was still part of the Young Turks. That counts as citing a personal experience or anecdote relating to the contents of the video, right? Because he's talking about, networking as a streamer, presumably, right? Or basically him just trying to give additional context as to, what is his understanding of Casually Explained as a content creator. So technically that would get him, 1 point. So we'll up it from -6 to -5 instead. Then that second part of his anecdote, where he actually pulls up Casually Explained's profile and he starts talking about it in relation to trying to better understand this bit that Casually Explained is doing in the video, that counts as him, if we're being generous, that counts as him basically contextualizing, again, analyzing, critiquing the video's composition, presentation, argumentation style, basically trying to validate a claim that is being made in the video itself, right? Using whatever method is available to him, if we're being charitable, if we're being generous to Hassan. So technically, for that reason, we will add another point, so it goes from -5 to being -4. Yeah, exactly, Mordecai. Massive save on the part of Casually Explained. Again, if Casually Explained didn't choose to put this bit in here, Hassan would not have done those two things that I would even argue accidentally pass for some form of meaningful commentary.
Fuck off, dude. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, dude, he probably did this just for the fucking meme. No shot. No fucking shot, dude. Never typed in chat. Tier 3 sub. The perfect chatter. The perfect relationship with a streamer and chatter.
Thanks for unpausing the video, Hassan. Now, one thing Twitch is certainly known for.
Okay, now, is this transformative? Does this add anything to the original video? I mean, yeah, because technically his whole act of yelling, slamming the desk, leaving his chair after repausing the video and, you know, making a big deal out of how he was predicted by Casually Explained, breaking the fourth wall there. Yeah, you can make the argument that this is this is basically articulating how a video makes you feel emotionally and why. The why is not explicitly stated, but it's pretty obviously conveyed through him basically expressing that, you know, him yelling, going like, as a way of expressing a sort of like, you know, playing up the shame of being predicted to that degree, right? So as a result, we can give him another point. However, again, this category is capped, so it doesn't matter how much yelling he does, it's only going to be rewarded once.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, it's not deduct for screaming. If we were doing the drinking game, this is where we would be drinking. This is where we would take a shot. I've never been tortured this way before. See, here on this channel, we aim for original and creative experiences, and we like to find new ways of doing old things. Now, if the video was playing, this would be, you know, this would receive deducted points for every 15 seconds that elapses where he's not on screen. But since he paused the video, it's fine. I still think Valen's video audio was worse torture than this. Oh yeah, no, for sure. I don't think this holds a candle to that, but that was something special. I'm going to be taking a shot or two. Thanks for the suggestion. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Oh,
Rainigan, if I had to wake up to you watching Hassan, better this clip than anything else, I suppose. At least in this clip, he is actually being, you know, someone's got his nose in this clip rather than him just being insufferable on his own. So, of all the Hassan clips that exist on the internet, this is by far the most palatable.
Oh no! I gotta end the broadcast after that, dude.
Okay, if he did end the broadcast, I would have been willing to just give him 5, to be honest. But
oh. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my. Oh my god. Oh, this motherfucker doesn't even follow me.
Will the other reacts have the video call the reactors out? This sample video is biased. Again, like I said, when it comes to... How do I say this? Yes, Hassan technically does get a leg up in the sense that this video he's reacting to does have a section that will cushion his lack of ability to provide meaningful commentary throughout its runtime. However, the reasons why those things get assessed positively don't really change in a manner that is, well, I suppose biased in terms of sample size, right? Basically, what we're testing is whether I need to adjust any of the criterion in terms of, you know, the things that they end up rewarding or penalizing. And I think that the criteria is still working fine, because in spite of the fact that this is a video that is consciously made with him reacting to it in mind and giving him a window of opportunity that is unique in terms of things he can say in response while reacting to it. He is still at -3, which is still react slop derogatory. It's like, one above the bottom tier. So I think, is this biased in the sense that this is not going to be easily replicable across the other reactions that he does? Yeah, sure. But in terms of being a stress test for the criteria, I think it's still working all right.
Be back, dude.
He needs the handicap. True. Technically, I would count the way that Hassan reacts to things as a disability.
Frame obliterated.
That's... Ugh.
Actually, Burbo, Chairman, can you add excessive moaning to the detract points, please? Now, that is an interesting suggestion, because I haven't considered adding a detraction for just making overblown noises. See, that's the thing, right? Because we're talking about VTubers, right? And remember, with VTubers, you don't have the option of doing the thing that Hassan did, where he puts his hand on his head, he makes a big show of getting off his chair and, running off somewhere else while he yells in the background. VTubers don't have that option for expression. So as a result, they try to make up for it orally, verbally. So, for example, instead of, getting up and doing all of that stuff physically, they might play up or exaggerate the noises they make in response to something. So for that reason, I don't think that adding in a detraction for just making excessive noise is, I don't think that would be very fair because of this specific genre of reacting that we're going to be looking at, which is reacting VTubers. Would you rather be subject to something like Hassan claiming One Piece is a communist allegory, chat? That's a good question, honestly. Would you rather be subject to something like this, or would you rather be subject to Hassan trying to pass himself as a One Piece fan? Actually, let me make that poll. I'll just leave that running in the background while we're doing this. See the final results of this one. 113 votes. Do we do drinking stream? Overwhelmingly, the answer seems to be yes. Okay, so I'll be adding that dimension to the final react stream where that ends up going up. But hold on, let me see. Would you rather watch Hassan reacting to Casually Explained, watch Hassan talk about One Piece? I'm curious which one ends up coming out on top. I'm also curious whether the poll will even exceed like 50 votes.
That was. I mean, I don't know what to say about that. Okay, I can't believe how.
This is the old "Would you rather be eaten by a shark or mauled by a bear?" Yeah, fair enough comparison.
Fucking predictable I am is bullshit.
See, at least he recognizes it. Watch Hassan? Yeah, fair point, honestly.
Or is its drama? This is because 98%.
Okay, so again, timer starts again from 6:41 onwards. 6:41, 90 minutes until it reaches the next one. 45 minus 19, 26. Right, so he has until 7 minutes 26 to add some sort of insightful commentary, otherwise another point gets deducted.
Of all Twitch viewership is concentrated in the top 50 streamers, so they all know and interact with each other. And there's no better place to stay up to date on the latest streamer shenanigans than Reddit's livestream fail. Now, despite its name, LSF isn't just a place to post funny livestream blunders. It is in fact a constantly updated gossip magazine for teenage lore masters to turn their lives.
Can I vote for neither? If you abstain from voting, that counts as voting neither, which is why I said I wonder if this poll will even exceed 50 votes.
The famous streamers into choose your own adventure K-dramas. Imagine someone in the chat is like, hey streamer, you just made a big mistake. And you're like, what did I do? But nice try, liar. You should have said you were innocent before you were accused of being guilty. Now your Twitter notifications look like this, and the top LSF post is 6 months of scandal.
It's funny how much this can apply to Twitter over the last, month or so, and some of the things that have happened in the streamosphere over there. Emaru comes to mind.
DMs the OP found in their Photoshop folder. Every other streamer is giving their lengthy criticism of your entire character 15 seconds after asking chat what they thought you did. Then only once the entire...
All right, and that's 7 minutes 26, which means that another 45 seconds has elapsed without any sort of attempt at commentary. Therefore, 15% of the runtime has elapsed, and we deduct another point, so he's back to -4.
subreddit is filled with clips destroying your life, as when...
Holy shit, that is literally spot the fuck on, dude. Oh my god, yo.
Again, unless he adds more to this particular point, it is basically him just going so true.
When casually explained that I spoke.
Now, with this, he saves it by basically going into... This is additional commentary, right? This is now him segueing into another personal anecdote about him and casually explained.
It was back in 2017. 2017. Yeah, okay. I just checked the I just checked our conversation cuz like I've reached out to him on Facebook, I think. Did you drop the what up though?
Now, here's the thing though. He only gets a point for, making a personal anecdote if he then links it back to the contents of the video. Right now, he's just talking about that time he reached out to casually explain. But again, that's not really related to the contents of the video in terms of what he's saying in this moment, right? So we'll give Hassan a chance to finish the story and see if he ties it back to what he's actually reacting to. If not, that no longer counts as additional commentary.
Oh, were you streaming back then? No. It was just for TYT.
And he will then receive the penalty for just saying so true and not adding anything else, really.
He knows you well. No, he does. He's like talking about how, he says props to you and respect your commentary, whatever. Like, I'm looking at it now. When I was on Facebook, I wanted to do a collab with him. Because I thought it would be like really fun to do like a casually explained, but like politics.
8 months pog.
And
it's funny, right? Because this is what Hassan was saying in 2021. I think a few years later, Casually Explained made a video about the political compass, right? The political compass casually explained. And Hassan reacted to that video as well. But by that time, Hassan was like, he really didn't like the video, which is really funny.
Funny
how things turn out sometimes. The universe has a sense of humor baked into it.
He just like
it's the same exactly. It's the same anecdote that he's recycling, except this time is not relevant to the contents of what he's reacting to, unless of course he ties it back consciously. Which again, let's see if he does that.
Want to do he didn't want to do like a lot of political stuff. Little Krish, what's up, dude? Little Krish, you're eating good today. So much drama, dude. We are gonna look at LSF eventually. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry, little Krish. My only LSF frog in the chat.
Do you think a Twitch version of Drunk History would work?
No shit, he knows him well. Will he fucking predict his actions perfectly? Yeah. I mean,
Okay, so on the surface, him pulling up Little Krish in chat might seem completely unrelated to the video. However, since the video is talking about LSF and the interaction that it has with streamers, you can technically say that if, again, being generous here, you can technically say that adds a point for, contextualizing a sentiment or argument in your own words, basically pulling up his chat live, whatever. So we can add a point for that. But again, like I said before, we were still going to deduct a point for him going so true and then not actually adding on any additional commentary when he just recycled the same anecdote from before without tying it back to the video here. So it essentially +1 -1 cancels out. He remains at -4.
I love his stuff. I've been a huge fan of Casually Explained for many years.
Again, the glazing is fine, but he's not getting any more points for that because it's capped at 1. This is why I put in the cap of 1, by the way. Because very often, what may happen is if someone gets lazy about reacting to something, they'll substitute actually taking in and responding to the video with just trying to glaze the creator of the video as much as possible. And again, you do it once, yeah, sure, I can take that as a sign of respect for the original creator, which is fine. But I'm not going to be mitigating a bad reaction based off of that.
He's brilliant. I think he's very funny. He's also two of my favorite countries. He's from two of my favorite countries, Australia and Canada. So,
what a miserable combination, by the way. Imagine being Australian and Canadian. Holy shit. That's like being baked on one side and frozen on the other.
Simp behavior.
but anyway, let's keep going. This is totally true though. Like anytime someone gets fucking blasted on LSF, it's like hater communities get together to be like, here are all the things that.
Okay, so again, if he was just saying so true, I would have taken off another point. However, here, technically, he is contextualizing an argument that has been expressed by the original creator in his own words by trying to add his experience, his understanding of how LSF works against streamers, you know, and he's using that like sort of machine gunny noise with his tongue. So technically, he does get a point for that. So he goes up to -3 again.
That you have done wrong that actually you didn't really even do, but we're gonna make stuff up about you. Haha.
It's almost like, see, when you grow up in Canada, you are taught to be French. So you're socially induced French. So it's like the same difference, basically.
Wait, so he's
Imagine being French not because of blood, but because of education. The thought makes me shudder.
For 4 years, but only a 2-month sub. Yeah, so what, dude?
Gold says,
okay, so 10:18. Starting from there, another 45 seconds. So how much is that? 18 should be what, 3? Yeah. So 11:03.
perhaps we should wait for more information before we jump to conclusions. Which in a complete turn of events completely stunlocks the entire community who have been starved for such wisdom their entire lives. This effect lasts for a day or two until Destiny absolutely obliterates you for apologizing wrong. You announce you're taking a...
It's so funny because nowadays, because of recent events, when I see Hassan looking off camera, I instinctively assume that there's about to be an electrocuted dog at somewhere in the room with him. But this was before all of that happened. When the world was innocent to the ways of Hassan dog abuse piker.
Mental health break from streaming by streaming on your other account, and you begin planning your redemption arc with Dr. K. Now, one of the reasons why I'm a terrible streamer is because I'm never up to date with the latest meta, which is whatever the going trend on the website is that gets the most views. Like when Among Us became popular, I was like, probably just going to be a fad like Bean Race. Then a couple months
Tragedy? Wait, hold on, what happened? It's a fun stream, I should be like, run a quick errand? No problem, Mordecai, no problem.
later, I was like, well, I can't learn it now, it's just the end of the life cycle. And then a month after that, I was like, okay, fine, I'll buy it. And then
always the fucking robotic ass frat boy laugh.
I buy it, everyone quits and starts playing Rust. And then when I spent 3 months going through the...
Did you actually? I'm curious. Have you guys ever seen those videos, those clips of the videos that Hassan used to make before he joined the Young Turks? Or maybe this was even during the early stage when he joined the Young Turks, when he was basically doing that whole frat boy persona thing. I remember that there was this clip of like a chubby Hassan Piker looking into the camera and saying in that like stereotypical tone, right? Wait, hold on. What was it? Well, I just realized that if I said this, people are going to be able to clip this out of context, but it was him looking into the camera and saying something along the lines of, if her age is on the clock, is she ready for the cock? Like just doing that over and over. And it's so it's so funny to think that that's how his like online career got started, and this is how he ended up.
Like, what happens in order for one to become the other? One will never know. But yeah, now we've reached 11 minutes 4 seconds, so another 45 seconds has elapsed of the video's runtime. So again, we are deducting another point because all he's done is one sort of machine gun laugh, and that's it. It's back to -4.
The same process, right when I decided to buy it, everyone just quits to play GTA. And so I was like, okay, the next trend that comes around, I'm completely ignoring it. I'm not wasting any more money. So, of course, what was the next trend I missed out on? Fucking GameStop. Then right when I'm ordering my inflatables for the hot tub meta, guess what the new trend is now? Leaving Twitch to stream on YouTube. It was right in front of me the whole time. But now the tables have turned.
13 months
Once everyone's a YouTuber, guess who's going to have all the power to decide the meta then? That's right, ExpressVPN, the VPN that allows you to reroute your connection to over 90 countries throughout the world in a single click. And if you're like me and don't want people hacking into or accessing your Twitter
I respect
DMs,
that. I have to watch
not
that
because
ad
there's
now.
anything scandalous in there, but because you wish there
We
was.
have to watch that ad, dude. Just kidding. At the top of the hour, there's an ad break, but you can avoid that ad break, actually. On a YouTube video, you can just click away.
Just
On a Twitch broadcast, however, you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, well, you can subscribe.
So I don't do anything
That's
stupid,
right.
Smile.
If you're like, oh, fuck, I don't want to watch ads, you can subscribe for $4 because it's still September.
Now, here's the thing. This is where the subjectivity comes in a little bit. Do we count this as him just shilling for his own stream? Or do we count this as meaningful commentary of by playing off of the fact that Casually Explained just neatly segued into his own sponsor, and Hassan basically responding to that in kind by talking about the experience of skipping ads on Twitch as well? What do we do here? Yes. Yes. Okay, so I'm assuming you guys are going to go one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, shilling. Yes, it's shilling. Okay. Yeah, you guys seem pretty dead set on counting it as shilling. Fair enough. But yeah, as a result of that, meaningful commentary has not happened. It's now been another 45 seconds of the original video's runtime. So yet again, we are going with -5.
Or, you know, $5
Shilling.
maybe in Canada, $5 Canadian, whatever the dollar reduced conversion is there. Or for free if you have a...
I'm actually curious. Is there anyone from Canada in chat? I'm curious which dollar is weaker, Australia or Canada, or the Canadian dollar? I know that both of our countries basically use monopoly money, but I'm curious as to which one is more monopoly money than the other.
Twitch Prime. If you're like, fuck that, I don't want to subscribe to this guy though, well, then you can just use an ad block or a VPN. And if you're going to use a VPN, you can use this ExpressVPN and use fucking Casually Explains codes when you're using the ExpressVPN to say that you're from like a different country.
Okay, since he's turned around the shilling to be in favor of Casually Explained, I think it's fair to say that, okay, we can add the point. We can add the point for him. We can add the point for him basically, you know, playing off of the video by, you know, basically doing the ad read for Casually Explained.
There you go, dude. That's a double ad. What's up?
Almost on par. Oh dear. I think Australian dollar is stronger, but the cost for things are still higher. Ah, okay, I see.
That's how you respect an ad break segue, dude. I fucking segued off of his ad break and then turned it back around, and now I'm giving it back to him, dude. That's right. That's fucking right, dude. But Twitch Prime is free if you steal someone's Amazon Prime account and then, you know, connect it to your...
Australia is 142 and Canada is 136. Ah, okay. So we barely eke it out. Okay.
Twitch account, then you get one free Prime subscription a month. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
And from there, he just ends the video. So overall, final score for this video
actually, technically, it should be -3 because instead of deducting 1, it's +1 because he actually turned the ad read around for be in Casually Explained's favor. So, this example of an awful react, albeit to a video that was specifically geared towards enabling that particular reaction, would have placed still around React slop derogatory. And that by the way, this isn't one of Hassan's official channels, this is one of his clippers at the time, right? And this became a viral clip specifically because of the fact that it became a viral clip that was defined by Casually Explained casually owning Hassan. So as a result of that, again, all of these mitigating factors, right, that basically make up for Hassan's void of ability to leverage charisma or even active engagement to try and make some form of meaningful commentary about the video. In spite of all of that, he still lands squarely at near the bottom of React slop derogatory. So I think based off of that, I think it is sufficiently harsh when it comes to penalizing reactions that are bad, right? The real score was our sanity value. True. However, now I want to test the criteria off of a video that is actually a good reaction. I want to shout out Mickey Game from Remacord, because this was a channel that was specifically recommended to me by him. So, this is a channel called T False Nuclear, or T False Nuclear? I don't know how you pronounce his name. But this is basically nuclear engineer, right? Who takes videos of other people posing these outlandish hypotheticals, and it gives his experience, his background of knowledge, his expertise regarding these specific fields to explain and contextualize how this would actually work in practice and how feasible would this be in practice. So again, this is a guy who actually has, proper expertise into could add an interesting new dimension to the videos he's reacting to. And he's someone who very frequently, the original video that he's reacting to, by the way, is...
This question comes...
The runtime of the original video is 2 minutes 50 seconds. His video reacting to it is 10 minutes 55. Right? So there's a lot of commentary. But again, quantity does not mean quality. And quality is what we're going to be assessing here by trying to apply the criteria to this video.
It's like nesting 3 fusion chambers inside each other, and they've all lost containment. It's time for some more XKCD. Specifically, what if all the sun's power was focused in one place? Or what if the sun really is a deadly laser? For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tyler Fultz. I'm a nuclear engineer with a little over...
So it is pronounced false, okay.
10 years of experience in the commercial nuclear power industry. From engineering to operations to emergency response. I don't claim to know everything there is nuclear, but I can certainly share some knowledge. Let's see.
This question comes from Max, who asks, what if all the sun's output of visible light were bundled up into a laser-like beam that had a diameter of around 1 meter once it reached the Earth?
All right, so...
Okay, so again, we haven't had... So 2 minutes 50 seconds is what? 120 plus... So about 170 seconds. 10% of that, 17. 15% of that would be what? Around 25. So around 25 seconds would constitute 15% of the original runtime. So we haven't even gotten to 25 seconds and he's already paused to comment on something that is a hypothetical posited by the original video.
Well, this is what happens when physicists stop respecting the laws of thermodynamics and asking the really fun questions. So the sun puts out about 3.8 times 10 to the...
Okay, so video starts off... Sorry, I forgot to wipe the score from the Hassan video. It starts off at 0. Here, what he's basically doing is he's heard out the premise of this whole hypothetical upon which the original video is based, and now he's beginning to add context to this using his expertise as a nuclear engineer, right? He's explaining the mechanics of how this actually would work in practice if the hypothetical was made real. So as a result of that, it counts as the final criterion of contextualizing a sentiment or argument expressed by the original creator to your audience in your own words, right? Drawing upon his own expertise as well. So, for that reason, we added on a point for that. What I'm curious about is if this video manages to reach 10 plus.
26 power watts or 100 billion trillion nuclear plants. Now, Earth only would intercept about 1 part in 2 billion of that. And this Max person is saying, let's focus it into 1 meter. So 3.8 times 10 to the 26 watts per square meter. At least the math's easy. For comparison, the sun's surface is only 63 megawatts per square meter. So this beam is 10 trillion times brighter than the sun's surface. Okay.
So that is a point that the original video didn't make, right? The whole point about, the sorry, sun's surface being brighter than Earth, and basically that all of that math to do with basically taking the hypothetical and actually mathing all of it out, right? The implications of that math, I suppose. You can tell that I'm not an actual I'm not an actual sciences person. I'm a social sciences person. But yeah, so again, for that, technically that falls into the category of making an original critique of the contents of the video, and as a result, we add on another point for that.
I usually assume the best of people, but I'll be honest. I suspect Max might not have Earth's best interests in mind.
Can't imagine why you'd possibly say that.
Okay, so here might be a bit too liberal to add on a point. But when he cracks a joke saying, I can't imagine why he would possibly say that. You could make the argument that that's, again, contextualizing a sentimental argument expressed by the original creator in your own words, right? But again, it's kind of, I think it's a little overly charitable. Well, I suppose if we're going to be charitable to Hassan, I think it's fair to be charitable to Tyler as well. So yeah, you could probably make the argument that it's him basically, making the same joke but in a different way. Where in the original they say, I don't think Max has the Earth's best interest in mind, and then he's basically saying, I can't imagine why if he's posing scenarios like this, and actually, trying to posit it in a way that it might get mathed out. That's like saying so true. That is true. That is true. So we'll see. Maybe 30 seconds see, the thing is, it's difficult because he's not just saying, it's him basically responding to a joke by rephrasing the joke in a different way. So greetings. Oh, hello, Jureen. Welcome to the stream. Just popping in to say hi. Hope you have a good one and capture the VOD later. I hope you enjoy it. Professor of Science Specialist. Science for the result is subtler. I don't think social sciences is... I mean, technically it's a science, but... It's a science where you can command the outcome based off of how you interact with the individual factors that go into it. So I don't know if in that sense it is I don't think it is a true science in the sense that it is a study of objective reality. Social sciences is just... Well, it's difficult to articulate, but when your science revolves around people, the degree to which it can be judged to be objective is very much up for debate. But yeah. So, question. Do we count him making, basically restating that joke as him making the joke his own, or him saying so true? This is where it gets a little subjective. Which one do you guys think? 1 or 2? Hold on. Simple common comment, maybe keep in mind for now, not add the point just yet. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, we can do that as a bit of a middle ground, yeah. So true. 1.
I'd say so true. I'll hold off, see if he expounds. Yeah, okay, we can wait another 30 seconds, see if he expounds on that.
Here's the situation Max is describing. If you were standing in the path of the beam, you would obviously die pretty quickly.
You would undergo a phase change. So at 10 to the 26 watts per square meter, atoms can't hold on to their electrons. You'd be ionized faster than your nervous system could transmit the pain signal. So at least it'd be...
So technically there, he's doing two things, right? So with that, not only is he, so again, by the way, this doesn't count. Well, I mean, in the 30 seconds, he is kind of adding meaningful commentary in the sense that he's continuing to engage with the premise of this as, you know, the sun becoming a death ray, essentially. So I guess for that reason, we can stave off on, you know, actually issuing a penalty, because again, this is, I think, fair to say it's insightful commentary on the premise of the video. But what he's doing here is twofold. One, more contextualizing an argument expressed by the original creator, right? He's actually explaining the mechanics of how this death ray would function. But two, he is also making an original critique of the contents of the video, right? So
be painless. So faster than your nervous system.
So when he says, you know, you would die, yes, but you wouldn't even feel anything, that branches off from explaining the mechanics of how the death ray would work to engaging with the initial stated premise of the contents of the video, which is it would kill you. He's going, yeah, it would kill you, but you wouldn't feel anything. It's almost like you wouldn't die, you just cease to exist. So for that reason, I think we can add on a point for both the last criterion and the what, 1, 2, 4, 5, fifth criterion.
Could transmit the pain signal. So at least it'd be pain.
No bonus points for doing a combo. We don't need bonus points for doing a combo because both of those components reward a point in and of themselves.
So this
is the same, you know, this is the same interjection, by the way. So
mass energy conversion speed beyond simple heat. The radiant flux density would be comparable to the energy density at the center of a thermonuclear explosion, except sustained. After all, the energy of a thermonuclear explosion is over in a few shakes. A shake is 10 nanoseconds. So energy density of a hydrogen bomb that doesn't stop exploding.
You wouldn't really die of anything in the traditional sense. You would just stop being biology and start being physics.
Man, that is such a great explanation. Yeah, chemistry is going to give up first, and then nuclear physics will take over. You'll go from organic matter to plasma.
So again, if you just cut it off at that's such a great way of putting it, I would have just deducted a point. But again, he's elaborating by going further and basically stating the argument in his own words. You know, chemistry gives up, physics takes over. So again, for that, we add another point because of the final criterion.
Ionized vapor to atomic nuclei, and eventually stripped quarks. All in a fraction of a second.
Not to be rude, I think that's just YouTube's auto mod, my guy. I don't know. I don't know why you're not showing up either. Because if you can be gifted memberships, I would assume that means you should be able to type in chat as well.
By the way,
Yeah,
gammas are going to smash nuclei apart. Or this is what stars experience in supernova cores. Photon flux is so intense, they're going to unbind heavy nuclei. So this is a supernova starter kit?
The Earth received...
So him describing it as a supernova starter kit. Again, basically moving on to... It is still him taking an original point, right? So again, this is yet another. This is still him contextualizing the argument expressed by the creator. However, it is technically a different aspect of what the original video said. So he's moved on by, you know, basically rephrasing the point of, you know, chemistry gives up, physics takes over, to now comparing this phenomenon to the beginnings of a supernova.
The question is, do you guys think that that should be counted as a separate instance of the last +1? The last criterion for a +1? Type 1 for yes and 2 for no. I'm curious. I've been chatting this whole time. Oh, okay. Yeah, your messages just didn't show up. See, the thing is, I don't understand why YouTube would block your other account when you still have clan in this one as well, spelt the same way. 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, the consensus seems to be 1. Okay, so we'll give another point for that.
Receives about 0.004% as much energy from the sun and
By the way, we're only 3 minutes through this almost 11-minute video, and he's already on 6.
an entire day as the sun emits every second.
Okay, specified visible light. Yeah, okay, sure. That's gonna cut it in half, but it's not gonna matter. Rough order of magnitude, cutting it in half does nothing.
If Max is
Okay, so there he's pointing out, he's expressing a minor gripe with the actual phrasing of the explanation, right? I assume that that's what he's doing. Anyone who's more, who has a better mind for physics in the chat, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on that. So when he said that just there,
Sure, that's
second.
okay. Specified visible light. Yeah, okay, sure. That's gonna cut it in half, but it's not gonna matter.
based off of tone and delivery, I would assume that that is just as much a critique of the actual verbiage used in this hypothetical in the original video, as opposed to just considering, whether it is really half, whether half is an accurate measurement of the circumstance, the factors in this hypothetical. Anyone who's better with physics in chat that can confirm if that is the correct read on what he's saying? Because if that is what he's doing, then basically that would count as making a critique of the video's composition, presentation, or argumentation, rather than a critique of the contents of the video. Yep, it's a critique. Is it a critique of the video's argumentation, though? Like its phrasing or the wording that it's using? Or is it a critique of the actual situation being presented? Because it's definitely one of these two. I'm just curious as to which one it is. My physics seems to be an actually statement. Okay, yeah, fair enough. So in that regard, we can say it's a critique of the video's argumentation then. So we can add another point for that. It's a critique of the math? Oh, okay. So yeah, that falls under argumentation. More clarification? Fair enough.
Rough order of magnitude, cutting it in half does nothing.
If Max's beam were only focused down narrowly enough to cover the entire Earth, it would still deliver almost 2 billion times the normal amount of solar power to each point on the Earth's surface.
Yeah, so at that point, solar panels would work for a fraction of a second until they fall apart. So when people say solar energy is abundant, sure, but again, to match the sun, you're going to need over 100 billion trillion nuclear power plants. But yeah, this is already a global extinction event right here, focused to the face of the Earth. This would figure out to about a couple million megawatts per square meter, or roughly a reactor core dumping its entire energy on a postage stamp. So imagine the blue Cherenkov glow everywhere at this point.
And Max wants to
Okay, so here, technically, again, he's expounding on why this would be an extinction level event, the actual mechanics of how that would work. So yet again, he ticks off the last criteria, gets another point.
concentrate all of that into a single square meter. When the beam of light hit the atmosphere, it would heat the...
Now, some people who are watching this may notice he seems to be coasting through point farming in his reaction video. He does have a massive advantage in the sense that he has chosen a video to react to that falls well within his own area of expertise outside of content creation. That usually, like if you are consciously choosing something that you have an informed and fully formed opinion on,
usually that tends to enhance the quality of the reaction. So
the air to millions of degrees in a fraction
Your units don't matter at this point.
of a second, turning into a plasma, which would start dumping its heat as a flood of X-rays. Those X-rays would heat up the air around them, which would turn to plasma itself.
So at these
So technically, if you want to be, if you want to be generous, that little
Degrees in a
thing
fraction.
that he does, where he laughs and then he
your
says,
units don't matter at this point.
you can make the argument that that is him critiquing the argumentation of the video by basically saying that, yeah, this factor is being presented in entertaining this hypothetical, but in reality, it's not something that would matter, even in this hypothetical scenario. So we could potentially add another one if we wanted to, but yeah. I mean, at this point, might as well, right? So it goes up to 9.
A second, turning into a plasma, which would start dumping its heat as a flood of X-rays. Those X-rays would heat up the air around them, which would turn to plasma itself.
So at these temperatures, molecules break into atoms lose electrons, and the air becomes a sea of ionized particles. So like he's showing, a superheated plasma column. So in an actual nuclear power plant, we work to shield against a few thousand Curie's worth of X-rays. This right here would create instantaneous global radiation fluence comparable to that of a star's corona. And because plasma is partially transparent to its own radiation, energy is going to escape as a flood of X-rays, creating a cascade of them.
At a cooler plasma and start emitting.
Again, if we kept adding a point, I am wondering, should we cap? I don't know. I like the last criterion not being capped because it makes it very, very clear when someone is, reacting to something on the basis of their own qualifications and expertise, as opposed to just some random reacting to something because it came onto their video feed. Because, as you probably notice, a trend with this particular reaction video is Tyler keeps hitting the last point over and over and over again because he is a qualified, nuclear engineer who is commenting on this hypothetical scenario where the sun becomes a death laser. So, for that reason, I am noticing that he is basically uncap for funny numbers. Yeah, I am noticing that he keeps scoring in the last criterion, but I think that is a feature, not a bug, based off of the context of the video. So again, when he explains how that would create a plasma cascade, right? Sorry, not an X-ray cascade across the Earth, if this were to happen. Again, this is it does add more contextualization to this part of the scenario being presented in the original video that was not stated by the original video.
Infrared light. The radiation would vaporize everything in sight and start stripping away the Earth's surface, like a hydrogen bomb, only much more violent.
Oh yes, so an X-ray driven blast front. By the way, let's quantify that. A large thermonuclear...
Okay, so then he quantifies that. So again, it's extra. Again, it's yet another example of contextualization based off of his expertise, because he's able to actually crunch the math on this in real time while reacting to the video.
Bomb's about 10 megatons. The biggest one ever designed is 100 megatons. It was never detonated. That was the bigger SAR bomber. So this beam is giving off about 4 times 10 to the 26, so 9 to 10 billion times the energy of SAR bomber. Yeah, you wouldn't get a crater from...
Should we cap per minute? Okay, that's an interesting suggestion. So in the sense that you would only be able to get one per minute? I don't think that's fair though, because let's say you have a video. So one thing that I also want to make one thing I want to remind you guys, the original video is only 2 minutes 50 seconds. So it is very information dense. For that reason, there are a lot of individual bits of information in this scenario that he would potentially have room to comment on in his reaction video. So for that reason, I think that capping per minute, while that would reduce the rate at which he gets points for original critique, analysis, whatever, I don't think that would be fair in the sense that
is basically artificially lowering his score without taking into account the density of information presented in the video that he's reacting to and his actual qualifications and expertise that he's leveraging in order to react in this manner. So the thing is, I'm not going to completely dismiss the idea of capping per minute or something along those lines, because this isn't the only good example. This isn't the only example of a good reaction that I'm going to use to test the criteria on. This is just the most, I think this is just the funniest in the sense that, you know, funny number go up that we could have hit upon.
From this, you'd get planetary erosion. The surface rock would vaporize to plasma jets, and some of it would escape Earth's.
Cap not for time, but information type. Okay, that is something that I could probably get on board with, right? So each individual point that's being made in the original video that they choose to contextualize. So if it's the same, I guess if it's the same thing that he's saying in to contextualize a previous point, we cap it at each individual part of the original video that he's reacting to. Is that the suggestion, Eternal Land? Because I could maybe see that working. But yeah, I think having this video be comically higher than the average React tuber video is probably an accurate description, though, of the gap between the two in terms of quality, to be completely honest. So I'm not altogether against the fact that he is scoring this highly already at like just over halfway through his video.
Entirety. Another way of looking at this is ablation on a planetary scale. Kind of like the early solar system's accretion disk process, but you're running it in reverse.
But the Earth is big enough to protect people on the other side, at least for a bit, from the...
Yeah, they'll survive the first second. Then the rest of the atmosphere will become a problem. You'll get thermal runaway, a twilight shell that wraps around the globe. At this point, even if you turn this thing off, the entire atmosphere is incandescent.
Direct effects of the sunbeam. They're still not going to make it, but what exactly would they die from? Turns out, twilight. Or moonlight.
Yes.
Okay, so because of the fact that, you know, technically, if it wasn't for the fact that the original video was going to say almost exactly the same thing that he said just then, I would have counted it as him adding further contextualization. But again, like I said, because the original video ends up saying it, but just after he said it, it falls into the category of, you know, kind of doing that predictive thing where you end up saying exactly what the content creator is saying, but just ahead of time because, you know, you reach that conclusion before they do in the video. That's something that I don't think is worth award or penalty.
On the details. Twilight is light from the out-of-sight sun that reaches you by scattering off the atmosphere. When Max's sunbeam hit the Earth, everything from infrared radiation to X-rays would flood into the atmosphere, turning into plasma. Plasma is relatively transparent to X-rays, so those would pass through and dump their energy into the non-plasma air around it.
Yes, this is good. I like his physics knowledge. And at tens of millions of degrees, so the plasma is going to be dominated by Compton interactions. So the X-rays would pass through, deposit their energy deeper, and you'd end up with a multi-layered thermal front with an inner plasma core at millions of degrees, a medium X-ray scattering layer, and an outer infrared glow shell. It's like nesting 3 fusion chambers inside each other, and they've all lost containment.
Being it enough to give off its own substantial thermal radiation.
Again, that analogy to putting 3 fusion cores inside one another, yet again contextualizing a sentiment in your own words. So we add another one. Technically, we could add another one because he said, I like this guy's physics knowledge, but I think as far as compliments go, that's a bit of a weak one, so I'll hold off on that.
In general, a lot of this radiation would escape into space, where we don't need to worry about it unless it gets reflected back to Earth. Unfortunately, a portion of the radiation would stay within the atmosphere.
Remember, a portion is still too much because this is the entire energy of the sun being concentrated. I mean, this is the ultimate quadrillion pounds into a 5-pound bag and see what happens kind of scenario. A little bit of it escaping, no.
A bubble of heat and light would wrap around the Earth, a twilight inferno rapidly heating the atmosphere and surface as it went.
I love how he's kind of downplaying it.
Yeah, Michael, I can see your messages now. I don't know what you did. Testing if changing nickname allows my comments. Sorry to blow chat a bit.
His deadpan tone is pretty good, but Nah, let's call it what it is, a full planetary incineration wave. It would also photo-dissociate the water, burn away nitrogen, and strip ozone. So that's what your atmosphere is going to look like for a little bit longer. It's going to resemble the ion plume from a fusion drive, except instead of propelling a ship, it's evaporating the crust. That's another way to get into space.
What's more, much of the matter around the sunbeam's contact point would be blasted into space, where it would reflect infrared light back down beyond the horizon. Exactly.
Yes, like a fission ejecta cloud, except the ejecta mass can be hundreds of trillions of tons. So this ejecta would reflect the infrared and X-ray radiation back down onto the night side, extending the destruction through radiative feedback. In other words, forming an Earth-scale detonation chain reaction.
How quickly
Yet again, further contextualization based off of his own expertise and in his own words that the video does not contain. And this is why, this is part of the reason why he chose, in my opinion, he chose the perfect video to actually leverage into a React video. Because of the fact that the original video is information dense, but it is still 2 minutes 50 seconds. There's a lot of additional background to the concepts that are being leveraged to even entertain the scenario that the video, by virtue of its brevity, is not able to encompass. And as a result, when he adds in that extra context here, because that's the area of expertise he has, and that's the knowledge that he has gained through his, experience as an engineer, this is, again, this is added context and added information, added value to the video that the video itself could not have.
The devastation would make it around the Earth depends on
That is the definition of transformative.
many details of atmospheric scattering, but if the moon happened to be half full at the time, it might not even matter. When Max's device kicked in, the moon would go dark, since the sunlight illuminating it would be funneled into the beam that's destroyed.
That's true. You're concentrating it, and no light's going anywhere else in the solar system.
The atmosphere. The intense light from the destruction would itself, however, illuminate the moon, and this reflected moonlight alone could be enough to burn you to death.
That's interesting. I didn't even think about how much reflecting off the moon at this point. Yeah, depends where you are in the lunar cycle.
This is one of those videos that is fun for an expert to react to because there is, as they say, a lot to unpack here. Yeah, exactly. Again, these, well, at least in my opinion, these make for the best quality-wise, if we're talking about objective quality, not just vibes. These are objectively the best kind, the most transformative, I should say. These are the most transformative types of React content that you can get, right?
Just in time for the incendiary twilight to wrap around the planet, bringing on one final sunrise. But Earth might not be.
However, I do also need to return, as a wise VTuber once said, the main appeal of VTubers is usually not that they are, real life experts at something. A lot of them do happen to be real life experts at things. The correlation between having a doctorate and being a VTuber is much, much higher than you might think. But VTubers are, for the most part, their power levels are mostly determined by how dumb and cute they are. So while I'm not expecting VTubers to be able to do this, right? What Tyler's doing here. There are other ways that a VTuber can react to a video that similarly tick off those criteria of transforming the video, but aren't just, laughing at it or going, lol, so true.
Entirely doomed. Can Max's mechanism actually swivel to track a target?
Like the Death Star, could it fire off axis?
If not, the Earth can only spend a maximum of about 7 minutes in the path of the beam before our orbit carries us out of the way.
So that's your only hope. I mean, Earth's moving at 30 kilometers a second, and the beam's only 1 meter across. But that's a long time. The exposed region will be vaporized to magma, the atmosphere stripped, and the dark side roasting from all of the bouncing radiation. Even if the core survived, you'd be left with an airless...
Avlo, I should make a VTuber channel, just react to helicopter videos. I could spin a 10-minute video into an hour easy, just need to blow a bunch of money. You don't even need to blow a bunch of money on anything, to be completely honest. Like, depending on, of course, depending on how comfortable you are with commentary and stuff like that, you could very well just be a PNG, and that usually does alright.
Molten Earth remnant. Though the moon would glow from the reflected light. Interesting he brought up the moon.
Everyone on the surface.
Cleo did an entire history lecture stream before she joined FaZe. She did several. She did several before she joined FaZe. But again, much the same thing. The same reason I find this video to be objectively high quality in terms of reaction content would be the same reason why I would find, for example, Cleo reacting to a video about the Emu War to be objectively high quality reaction content. Because, not only is she a history professor, she is also Australian,
Earth would still be cooked, of course, and much of the atmosphere and exterior would be
Yes.
lost, but the bulk of the Earth would probably remain as a
PNG would be a spinning rotor. That would be pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie.
testament to humanity's horrible ideas.
Yeah, a scaled-down supernova ablation. So in nuclear engineering, we deal with megawatts of power and worry about keeping fuel from melting. Here we're talking 10 to 26 power watts, and melting the planet is the starting condition. Even in advanced fusion reactors like ITER, you're dealing with maybe 50 megawatts of plasma power. Here we're dealing with many quadrillions of times greater than that. But this beam does show how powerful stellar fusion it really is. And after all, we can barely reproduce a few grams of that reaction energy.
So, pretty safe to say, Tyler's video would place very, very comfortably in the top tier of, transformative reaction content, right? It scores 14, which is, again, quite a significant margin above 10. So as a result of that, if we are judging videos based off of how transformative they are as a reaction, I think this does work as an I like the this does seem to indicate that the system does allow real expertise to shine through as a way of actually transforming the original video. However, like I said, I do understand that this is a bit of a niche example of just as Hassan's reaction to Casually Explained was a bit of a niche example of a bad reaction. This is also a rather niche example of a good reaction, because not only do you have an expert that is commenting on something that almost seems tailored to their expertise, even if it doesn't break the fourth wall in the same way that Casually Explained did with Hassan, but also it is the content that is being reacted to is uniquely or uncommonly dense in terms of the amount of information it contains, which combined with its brevity leaves an abnormal amount of room for a reactor to make it their own, essentially. This is not going to be the case all the time. This is not even going to be the case most of the time. Most often, the video that is being reacted to is not going to be 2 minutes 50 seconds of highly technical, a highly technical hypothetical scenario, right? Usually, it's going to be a little bit more accessible than that, a little bit more room for people to do other things than that. And as a result, the next example of a video that I want to test the criteria on, an example that I do think constitutes a good reaction, but I'm curious to see how it scores ultimately, is this video by Kinkymation, where she is reacting to the state of play. Now, this is different for multiple reasons. One, this is not an original video that's made by a content creator. It is a live streamed, essentially glorified ceremony/sales announcement by multiple games, right? So shout out to Noxin for recommending Kinkymation. So for this reason, I want to take a look at her reaction to this, because there are multiple points throughout this entire thing where she gives her perspective as an artist on how certain games look and the possible process that went into creating some of these games. And for that reason, I do think that this qualifies as being an example of a very transformative reaction, while also being a lot closer to what the average React tuber might feasibly make than the other one. because the average React tuber is not going to be a nuclear engineer reacting to a hypothetical about the sun becoming a death laser. It's probably going to be something more similar to this, where you have, you know, a PNG tuber, VTuber reacting to a major announcement or event like this.
Look, after that, like, frankly quite disappointing Nintendo Direct the other day.
Next is our last announcement.
Hey everybody, from all of us here at...
I want to see if Sony can one-up them, or if they're gonna be like, hold my beer and show something more boring. Which, knowing Sony, is likely, but like, we'll see.
Is that the Blade of Olympus? He wields his weapon so well.
PlayStation Studios.
I sense suffering here, Spirit. Do you need help?
Now, we could take off a point right off the bat because she just read out PlayStation Studios when the logo showed up. And I mean, if we are going to be, you know, if we're going to be fair in the sense of, you know, just sticking with it regardless of how harsh, I guess we kind of have to just go, okay, -1. Well, actually, well, yeah, I think we do have to do that, just to be fair.
Ember Lab, what have they made?
Okay, okay.
The spirit.
Question is, do we apply the same penalty as well for her just saying Ember Lab? PlayStation. Purely based off of vibes. Abide by the rules. Okay, this is, yeah, we have to stress test the criteria, so we can't really bend them.
God.
Oh wait, I know you. I have the first game. They're making another one?
Kind.
Kino was so cute. I love the art style for that to bits.
Okay. So here, basically, well, expressing appreciation of the video and or affection for its creator. Now, technically, it's a little. This is an example that doesn't really benefit from this because it showcases multiple different games made by multiple different people. But for the purposes of this, we can only reward it once because, you know, that's just how the criteria are written. So we add 1 here for that. She inferred something without being told. That is true. That is true. So we could put that down to. Actually, let me rewind that section.
What have they made?
A spirit guide?
Oh wait, I know you. I have the first game. They're making another one?
Kind.
Kino was so cute. I love the art style for that to bits. Okay, Sony, we're...
Okay, so she says, you know, she says that she finds something cute, and then she says, I love the art style to bits. Technically, you can say that that's articulating how a video makes you feel emotionally and why. So for that reason, we can add 1 because of that, even though, again, it is capped. So there are 2 more instances where that will net a point before it stops working.
Starting strong.
Give 1 point for the editing gag with Todd at the beginning. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, we can add 1 point for that. But again, that's also another capped category.
The first game was cute. That looks really good, actually. Oh, and she's probably a baddie. This game was actually made by animation professionals, so like it's really well animated because it's made by people who've worked in the industry. That is stunning. Oh, that's beautiful. People are calling it AI. It's love in the main chat. Oh, AI has ruined these types of art.
Okay, so at this point, I think it well and truly qualifies under, you know, contextualizing a sentimental argument expressed by the original creator to your audience in your own words, right? So basically, it's a showcase. It's designed to make you go ooh and ah and think it's pretty. And this is her basically explaining why that is a valid reaction to this particular showcase, even if her audience is going, that looks like AI. And she's basically explaining why it isn't, right? And the game looks bad. Yeah, fair enough. But visually and artistically, this is I can sympathize with her saying, yeah, you know, people saying that this looks like AI is a bit, you know, it's a little unfair.
styles for everybody because people assume it's AI. No, Kina is actually not AI at all. That's fucking gorgeous. I'm sorry, this looks incredibly heartfelt and very much human-made to me.
Creeping to the present, which must always pass.
It's very well put together. Yeah, this is not AI. The children's brains have been rotted. She's so cute. From what I hear, the first game was okay. This one looks gorgeous, though. It's one of those indie games that are, like, very, very pretty, but their combat is only just okay-ish, so no one really talks about them much.
So here, when she starts commenting on how the game, you know, artistically looks fine, but she also makes a prediction about it being, you know, being gameplay second and aesthetic first. Again, I think that's fair to say that that's her address or critiquing a video's composition, basically saying that, you know, because of all of the focus on the art of the game instead, you know, cutscenes instead of gameplay, she's making a prediction based off of that and a preemptive critique of the game based off of that. So I think it's worth giving a point for analyzing and or critiquing the video's composition, presentation, or argumentation.
The reason I like this one is from an animation standpoint, because this is made by industry veterans that like are really, really, really good at animation. Stunning.
May you depart in peace.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh, and this is my brother Mike. We hope you enjoyed that first look.
Oh yes, give me dev time.
Kena, Scars of Cosmora.
I love dev time.
Since her adventure in Bridge.
There, we can add another one. Well, actually, do you guys want to reward the same visual gag multiple times if it occurs at different points in the video, though? It's like a kind of callback thing. Do you want to actually, yeah, do you want to reward callbacks, or do you feel like that's just recycling the same joke? Ultimately, though, it is the amount that a video can be rewarded for recycling a joke is still capped by the fact that each individual instance, regardless if it's a callback or not, is still adds towards the 3-point cap. So, plus Todd at the expense of Todd Howard, absolutely. Yeah, it's still max 3 times. So yeah. Okay, yeah, I think we can add another point there. But again, I think the cap is a good idea because it stops it from being an easily exploitable thing to keep adding points. Even so, at this point, if you recycle a joke too often, you get diminishing returns on it. It's a capped category, so it's fine. Yeah, fair enough. I think it's fair to be a little bit. I think it's because of the cap. It's fine.
Of spirits, Kena has grown into an older, more experienced spirit guide.
She's
her reputation
beautiful.
now precedes her. She comes to a new land called Cosmora,
I love her animal. I love it when devs talk about this shit, truly.
Not only those who have passed away.
I love the devs emphasize.
So here we can give a point for expressing appreciation for the original creator. But again, this is capped at 1, so this is the only time that the video is going to be awarded for that.
33 helps bring more focus to the actual dev of those games. Yeah, I hate trailers that are all cut the same way and they're super boring.
Get the remake it deserves.
Scars of Cosmora.
Who knows?
Thanks so much for watching and enjoy the rest of the show.
I'm really excited for this one though, because the first one apparently was pretty good.
Long ago, in the wild.
Sucker Punch.
All right, well, we're gonna be deducting a point for just saying it out loud. But yeah, okay.
The spider.
Oh shit.
The only.
Yeah, Sucker Punch sounds familiar. What did they make? It's Yote DLC. Ghost. Oh.
Okay, so so I think we returned the deducted point because of the fact that she didn't just say aloud Sucker Punch. She then segued that into asking her audience where does she know that from, basically giving them the opportunity to engage with her on the basis of the content that she was reacting to.
Oh, that's dope, actually. Nice! Is this a DLC or a new thing? This feels new. Yeah, it feels like a Night Rain thing. Yes?
From vengeance.
Yeah, Night Rain was actually a pretty fun multiplayer, so this seems like that type. Ghost of Toche, Yote Legends. This feels like a Night Rain type of game, which are actually pretty fun, so... Okay, not that bad.
The result is Forley, an emergent, challenging, 4-player combat sandbox where you and your friends succeed through cooperation and improvisation, where no 2 runs are ever the same.
Like, procedurally generated sounds fun, but you lose me at shooter. I feel like we're coming up with new ways to not say live service.
Everyone.
Okay, At that point, yeah, I think we can give a point for her basically again analyzing or critiquing videos composition, presentation, or argumentation, right? She's basically picking apart the way that all of these devs seem to be dancing around describing the actual type of game that they are releasing.
What the fuck is a combat sandbox? Devs, we have eyes. We can see what this is, even if the name is different.
Sending drop pods, creatures.
Like, I mean, I get it though. If these games do good, they're infinite money machines. Like, our creators has already sold like so many fucking copies.
Extra point because I agree. See, this is what. Okay, so if we're talking about vibes, this is why React videos like this do well, right? But if we're just talking about objective quality and how transformative it is, you can probably see why I can't just give additional points because, yeah, real, right?
I think that one actually you have to pay to play too. Like, if these games do well, they make a fuck ton of money. So I see why they keep trying it, but I don't like it.
Your feedback will be invaluable in helping us.
At least these devs are smart and they're doing playtesting, which is something that High Guard omitted. Or Loop. Oh, I remember this one.
What's this?
A baby. Every time this game shows up, someone makes a creepy comment about the robot baby. I'm not having this slander. This one.
Okay, so this is her comment about how, you know, every time the robot baby shows up, someone makes a creepy comment. You can technically count that as citing a personal experience and relating it to the contents of the video. So again, that's another point added, but in another capped category.
I'm actually pretty interested in because the do a puzzle
Oh, good morning, Akurik. Welcome to the stream.
To actually be able to do damage is fascinating to someone like me. I love puzzles. You guys know this about me.
What were you like as a kid?
Bioshock Big Daddy Simulator? Yeah, kind of. Carry on my wayward ball.
We can count that as another visual gag where the editor's basically adding in, like, you know, just another way of visualizing what she's saying and making that comparison. However, with this, it's now reached the cap of how many points that the video can get with the editor doing that same visual gag. Oh shit, never mind, that was the wrong one. I set it to 3 instead. I was thinking about how we reached the cap of 3 and now I changed the total to 3 instead. Wires are crossing in my brain.
Isn't she cute? Pragmata I'm actually pretty interested in. I'm really interested to see if the combat works though. Like the last time I played a game that had like a puzzle thing to be able to do combat, it was Chain of Memories and I hated that bullshit.
Got it memorized?
6 now. 6 survivors of Raccoon City, all dead from the same thing.
Oh, at the Porsche! Hi, Leon! Hi, Daddy!
Victor purchased a building
Daddy!
after Umbrella went under. The Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center.
Hi, Daddy, hi, new trailer.
Okay, so this is an example of what I was talking about, where contextualizing a sentiment or argument expressed by the original creator to your audience in your own words. What is the trailer trying to do? It's trying to hype people up. How does Kinkymation react to that or express that she's hyped up? She starts calling Leon daddy. Now, that's not the first thing you might think of when you read the criteria contextualizing a sentiment or argument expressed by the original creator to your audience in your own words. But technically, her reaction does fall under that criteria. So for that reason, the reaction would get a point. No, not a demerit, not a demerit. It's not, again, stating what is being shown on screen. See, okay, that's an interesting distinction. See, if on screen, let's say, for example, in this hypothetical alternate reality, Capcom released a Resident Evil game that was designed, it wasn't subtle at all. It was very overt about trying to make Leon thirst bait for its female audience, right? And it had a character actually say "daddy" like on screen, directed at Leon. If she had then gone on to keep going on and on saying, "Oh yeah, Leon is daddy, yada yada yada," then I would have deducted a point, because that's basically just repeating what the thing said. but that's not the framing that the trailer itself is going with. The trailer is trying its damnedest to be serious, which is why I will count that as her expressing a sentiment, which is hype, which is what the thing is trying to communicate, but in her own words.
Fuck yeah. Poor Grace.
You okay? What does Victor want with you?
Badass Dad and his adoptive daughter is my favorite video game genre.
Yes, this is actually Leon, by the way.
Death Stranding, and now this.
And Resident Evil too.
Members of the CIA or the Pentagon.
Oh!
You are an ignorant fool.
Daddy!
Goon pit.
Leon, we're running out of time.
Daddy, no! Oh, Leon is so gonna die in this game.
Why me?
I do wonder, should we add a positive for the creator actually adjusting their visual appearance to convey some sort of reaction? Because this toggle that she did,
We're running out of time.
Daddy, no! Oh, Leon is so gonna
like
die.
that requires some form of conscious choice or effort, right? Do we do that? Do we add a point for changing your toggle to fit your reaction? Yes. Physical reaction's pretty good. No. To be fair, Burbo, I think you just want to make sure that the reactors get as little as possible. Max 1. Okay, I like that idea. Okay, I might add that to the criteria then. Will physically toggles. Toggling avatar to enhance reaction. Do we specify live or in the edit? Or do we just leave it as is? It'd have to be toggle, not just expressive body language. Well, I mean, we can say expressive body language. I just struggle. For most VTuber models, you're not going to get that. Extra for live? As is, both. Yeah, live only edit is covered by edit gag. Good point. Okay. Toggling avatar live to enhance the reaction. Okay, yeah, that seems pretty good. Because like Anne said, you have the other one is pretty much it's encompassed by, edit/gag that visualizes or emphasizes the commentary. So toggling avatar live, I'll just say toggling/piloting avatar live to enhance reaction. I think both of those work. So yeah. And extra one for live. I think we just make it so that this exclusively refers to live. So alright. In that regard, I'll add a 10 then. I'll bring it up to 10.
Die in this game.
Why me?
He's past 30. He's gonna die. This game is gonna end with Leon's death. Dead. Absolutely dead.
A former T-virus.
A child. He better die in the coolest way possible. If he
Okay, we deduct a point for that one.
he has to go, which fine.
To be fair, the thing is, I do wonder about that particular criterion there, because the thing is, if it happens multiple times, yeah, I think that's a valid reason to take it off, but it can be a funny joke, is my only issue with that particular criteria in the way that it's applied. Because, like, depending on your delivery, like, if you just go, a child, like, it could be funny, right? I don't know. How would you add a stipulation to make it so that that criterion doesn't neglect the fact that it can be a funny joke? Oh, welcome back, Alan. Welcome back. Cap at 1? Do we cap that? Well, actually, I don't think we should. Maybe we set a limit to how many times someone gets to do that before it becomes before it gets regarded as a crutch instead of a bit. Stating aloud what is said for word without meaningful commentary. Yeah, I think if we change this so that it's you have to do this multiple times, then I think if we add in that stipulation, we account for it being a bit while also penalizing it if it gets run into the ground, I guess. It's very difficult because whether it's used well is very vibes based. That's true. I think adding in a stipulation where they have to do this multiple times over the course of the same video before it starts getting penalized might work as a good middle ground. That makes it so that we don't have to purely go off of vibes based. Do I find this particular instance of it funny? Reading text out loud should not count. Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, okay. Reading text excluded. If there's no voice. Yeah, reading text excluded in absence of narration. Reading text in absence of narration. Excluded. Would phrase that better. Exception granted when reading text in absence of. Probably we need more testing to make a perfect point list. Yeah, that's the point of this stream, right? Where we actually get to test the criteria out to make sure it's not excessively harsh or excessively generous. So do we want to make it so that it only starts attracting a penalty after a certain amount of times that you do it? Let's say, for example, 3 times over the course of a video? Is there a way to transform the points to percentage because some of the video will get bloated? You do raise a valid point. Maybe. Parroting narration multiple times should be grounds for defenestration. Well, I mean, that's encompassed with the second one. 3-strike rule? Okay, fair enough. After 3rd time? Stating aloud what is being said... Sorry. Stating aloud what is being shown on screen without additional commentary. Okay, each instance of stating aloud what is shown after 3rd. Okay, I think that works.
Okay, it's valid. He's like a hag in man years. Then fine, but make it cool. Make it justifiable. Make it a death that like it's worth Leon as a character, you know?
Leon Kennedy final boss at the end.
Maybe.
本日はデッドアライブシリーズが新たなアップデートとともに復活することを発表させていただきます。
Wait a minute, I know Dead or Alive. Aren't you the one with the volleyball game that got banned in the West because they said it was too goony, but in reality it was just like a Barbie simulator where you had to give swimsuits to girls who were bitchy and wouldn't accept it? Oh, nice, cute. Ooh, okay, I like the outfits. Dude, no! Fighting game with estrogen fucking annihilate me yesterday, holy shit. Love it! Oh! Oh, she just
okay.
Dude, those are
That again, that comment, not what you would conventionally associate with the final criterion, but it technically does fulfill technically does fall in line with that.
They're so cute. Bring the volleyball games back. They were actually pretty fun.
PNG creeps me out, not gonna lie. I can see how someone who's more used to watching, for example, well, actually, Xanthopy, which VTubers do you watch the most often, out of curiosity?
The girly pops are pretty cute.
発売日同日に基本無料版も展開予定ですので、シリーズを遊んだことない方も
Yeah, if you've never played it, this might be. You know why I want it? Because I need to review them.
Now this is gaming.
Inception.
Dylan, we're getting distress calls from the theater, but research thinks we might have a resident.
Oh yeah, Control. I heard this one was pretty good, right? Oh, look how fun that is! You know, it reminds me of Gravity Rush. That's gorgeous.
We play as Dylan Faden, our supernaturally gifted hero, in a version of Manhattan like you haven't seen before.
Oh, that's super cool. Give me good combat. Give me good combat. Okay, punchy.
Actually, I just had a thought. Even though you don't get additional points after the third time when you have a non-cut-in / non-zoom edit / gag that visualizes and emphasizes the commentary, I do think that this should refresh the amount of time that elapses before you get penalized for no additional commentary is the thing. Like, let's say, for example, you had that just then, right? So let's say...
Oh, look how fun that is! You know, it reminds me of Gravity Rush. That's gorgeous.
We play as Dylan Faden, our supernaturally gifted hero, in a version of Manhattan.
That little bit that the editor did there, again, I can't give it an extra point because of the fact that it's capped. But I do think that in the event that Kinkymation didn't say anything for about, like, you know, let's say 14% of the original video's runtime prior to that, I do think that this should count as a way of refreshing the amount of time that elapses before that actually becomes a penalty-worthy thing. Agreed. I think basically everything should refresh the timer, even if it is the bad commentary. Yeah, I think even if these are maxed, okay, yeah. So I think all of these should refresh the timer for commentary, even if it doesn't get additional points. So I might add that in as a stipulation. So, apt still refreshes timer even after app is hit. I'm what you call a fake fan. What do you mean? What do you mean? I mean, I know that you archive. I know that you archive some. I know that you archive some of the streams that would otherwise be lost. Surely you'd have to be watching the talents for that to happen, right? For those that don't follow, Lily is a fairly decent NSFW artist that's angled it. Yeah, that makes sense. No favorite VTubers. I mean, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I'd argue that some of the 1 point should refresh the timer, even some of the -1 point should refresh the timer, even if it's not really no commentary. Really. I think edited VODs should be given different criteria, unless we're highlighting how bad some clips are. We'll just take a slab of the stream and call it a day. See, that's the thing, right? The criteria for which videos we are going to be assessing are just, did the person feel like uploading it onto their YouTube channel? That's basically it, right? Because if you upload it onto the YouTube channel... Now, admittedly, this is a little bit different because Kinkymation's reaction to the state of play isn't really competing with state of play for, viewership. Because this is an edited video that was uploaded after the fact, right? So for that reason, it gets a lot more... I think it should get a lot more leeway than the average React tuber video.
Because the thing is with the ReactTuber video, every video that they upload onto their channel is a video that they thought was good enough for upload. Which is why, you know, the same considerations that I might extend towards this video by Kinkymation would not be extended towards the average ReactTuber, for the most part. I don't like ocean people anymore, I just watch whatever stream looks interesting or comfy. That makes sense, that makes sense. I only follow Hollow and a few indies, so I'm with Chair for the love of the game. I appreciate it, but... Time of refresh should only refresh from the point increase. Yeah, I agree. I don't think it should refresh for the negative ones as well.
Like you haven't seen before.
Oh, that's...
If we do that, we should probably make the AFK penalty harsher. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Do we make it every 10-second block then? I think that makes sense. Every 10-second block that the video is playing while the reactor is AFK makes sense.
Super cool. Give me good combat. Give me good combat. Okay, punchy. I like punchy.
We recently to seamlessly move through gravity anomalies.
Okay, yeah, it's kind of like Gravity Rush, but not as like fly through the air. I love that. The combat really seems a bit slow for my taste.
Question, how do we differentiate between react and watch along? I mean, watch alongs are basically a reaction. They are a variation of reacting. Like they are, well, the only separating thing between watch alongs and reactions is the actual thing that you are reacting to, right? Like that's basically what well, okay. If we're talking about movie watch-alongs that VTubers do sometimes, the reason why I don't count that as React content in the same way that a React VTuber, the same way that an uploaded React video, for example, is because usually when you have VTubers doing watch-alongs with their audience, in my mind, the first thing that comes to mind is, you know, CC and Crony's Twilight watch-along. They don't show the content on screen, so it doesn't function as a substitute for the original content that they are watching with their audience, right? So for that, I'd say that that's the biggest difference between, you know, that kind of watch along and reaction videos. But if we're talking about watch along with a debut, for example, like, you know, a bunch of people who are paid to watch along with a new corpo's debuts, that's basically the same thing as a reaction. Like that's the exact same thing. The only difference is that, again, React videos are videos that someone has chosen to upload onto their YouTube channel after the original content has gone live. You rarely get reaction, you know, you rarely get people clipping watch-alongs and uploading it to their own channels rather than having the agency that just debuted a bunch of talents clipping whatever the watch-along reactions were and then adding it to their channel. And at that point, yeah, that I'm not assessing that for obvious reasons. Because it's an organization that paid for a bunch of reactions and is then leveraging those reactions into promotional material. So, watch-alongs inevitably have dead air because you don't pause to comment. Yeah, well, I mean, in the watch-along I mentioned just then, which is, you know, in Crony and CC's watch-along, there was a lot of pausing for comments. But, you know, the main difference is, like I said, it doesn't function as a substitute for the original. It can't function as a substitute for the original because they don't show the thing that they're watching along on screen. You watch along with the content creator, with the reactors, by making sure that your, you know, the timestamp on your end when you're watching the content is synced up with their timestamp. That's why when you have those watch-along streams, they always show the runtime relative to the timestamp of the movie or whatever on screen, so their audience can make sure they're synced up with the VTuber. That's the way that, you know, that's what qualifies it as a watch-along, and that's what makes it distinct from a traditional React. I was thinking about an anime watch-along. Ah, okay, fair enough.
I mean, Souls games are pretty slow and they're infamous for good combat, so like the speed does not necessarily make good combat.
Resonance are the dominant threat in what's our most ambitious game to date.
Ooh.
And we can't wait to share it with you later in 2026.
Oh shit. Are those people? That's gorgeous, actually. Oh! That's beautiful. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I like this one.
Half human, half angel.
Ooh.
They call you Sin,
Ooh, ooh, the aesthetic is flawless though.
I call you salvation.
The aesthetic is phenomenal.
Is that a Mick Gordon OST? I just realized I did not reach this point of the stage of play.
Yeah, the music's sick. Okay. Pretty solid aesthetic, pretty good music, punchy combat. Ooh. Very 2010s, I love it. For me, this is not giving, like, Souls. It's giving, like, more classic, like, God of War, you know? This would be Beast of Reincarnation.
Again, for that, commentary would be, you know, the commentary requirement per segment of the original video that would have been satisfied by the edit that the editor put in, even if it didn't get a point because of that. Doesn't sound like it. Yeah, fair enough. It sounded quite similar to Doom OST at the beginning there, but then later on it kind of tapered off.
Which I'm actually fairly excited about, because it's really pretty. Jesus fuck, that game for Cook War. Let's see how the game actually performs, because it looks good, but if it plays like shit, then it's fucking, moot. I'm already really liking the vibe of it, though. Like, combat looks really fun.
Okay, again, this critiquing the way that the trailer is put together, composition, argumentation, etc. So, again, yet another point.
Performing is fairly flashy. It looks fun to move around in it. Music sounds great. Oh, there's another baby! That's gorgeous. Genuinely beautiful. Okay. This is beautiful. And for those of you guys...
We should technically deduct a point for just saying there's another baby, so... Okay.
Wondering, no, it's not the same team as the Pokemon games. This is a different part of Game Freak. That is stunning. Okay, so far this state of play has been phenomenal. There's been a lot of things that I'm interested in trying at the very least. August 4th. Okay, so we have a release date. Puppy.
Some digitally clips celebrate that like anniversary.
They haven't forgotten about him. Reminder that Ubisoft is crashing down. Oh, they're crashing and burning, but appreciate the Rayman. Oh, Nina had gotten delayed, actually.
Actually, hold on. I'm thinking again about the whole stating aloud what's being shown on screen without additional context. Because the thing that makes this, you know...
I actually really want to play
the
this.
thing that makes this...
Puppy.
The thing that makes that not look like it's just, you know, her trying to fill in dead air with nothing is the fact that she actually, like, bothers to change her voice while she says that.
4th. Okay, so we have a release date. Puppy.
So, I'm wondering if we add in an extra stipulation where if they bother to change the intonation of their voice, then we count it. But then I'm thinking of other instances where you have React tubers that just, you know, they overblow the degree to which they change their voice to, you know, make just saying aloud what is being shown on screen look like an actual, like, reaction, I guess. So I don't see any way of adding in that stipulation that covers what Kinkymation just did that wouldn't also leave room for what Sniper Wolf does, for example, is the problem. Yeah, I don't see any way of adjusting that criteria that would allow for one without allowing for the other, is the issue. Guttural puppy. Yeah, pretty much. Right? Is it purposeful or is it brain dead? See, that's the issue, right? Because again, we're looking at it as if we're trying to judge based off of something that isn't vibes, which is the issue here, right? Because I'm trying to make the criteria as devoid of the subjectivity as possible. But yeah, it is vibe based is the problem. It is vibe based. Because like what Kinkymation did just then, I think that's fair.
Okay, so we have a release date. Puppy.
See, I think that's fair.
right? But the problem is technically there's if you want to argue the point, there's nothing really separating that from what Sniper Wolf does. She goes like, where she goes like, for example, wow, what did that person do in that video, etc., etc., etc. So rating reactions looks like a futile task. It's just little things like this where I don't know if that's something that should be penalized or not.
They haven't forgotten about him. Reminder that Ubisoft is crashing down. Oh, they're crashing and burning, but appreciate the Rayman. Oh, Nina had gotten delayed, actually. I actually really want to play this one because it's from the Shovel Knight devs. But you know what? I'd rather they delay it.
Nina the Hollower's release date is on the horizon.
Maybe cap the animal reps. This is proving to be very hard. Yeah, that's true. But again, I think that it's just a case of ironing out the fringe cases, right? Because I think as general rules, the criteria are fine. It's just that there are fringe cases every now and again that are kind of make you go like, oh, okay, I don't know where this goes. Could you tack the observation onto the end of the previous commentary? No, that's yeah, probably actually. Yeah, now that you mentioned that, Null. Yeah, I think that works. Because she did talk about how, like, well, actually, let me rewind, just check that again. To an outsider coming into this stream, this probably looks giga autistic, but I mean, welcome to the content.
August 4th. Okay, so we have a release date. Puppy.
Yeah, again, the thing that makes it is not real. I don't think it's really linked to August 4th.
Okay, so we have a release date.
It's the thing that makes me reconsider is the fact that she's putting on a voice while the editor... Well, actually, yeah, it might be solved by the fact that the editor is zooming in here. But the problem is, again, like I said, non-zoom, right? I think... Well, actually... Maybe we can add on the stipulation or visual gag, to be honest. Each instance of stating aloud what is being shown on screen without additional commentary or visual gag. I think that fixes the problem. Because it's clearly intentional, right? There has been an effort to make that an intentional inclusion in the video, rather than just like her brain dead and filling in dead air.
Puppy.
So I think for that reason, I think adding in that additional stipulation should fix it. Without additional commentary or accompanying visual gag. The editor with the steel zoom. Yeah, I think for this, I think it's fair while you don't award a point for just the zoom in visual gag. It should at least mitigate if someone is just doing something like saying something aloud. We also don't know if she said anything after in that unedited VOD. See, the thing is, I'm not judging things based off the unedited VOD, because the unedited VOD didn't compete with the original 4 views, right? When, generally speaking, if someone is watching something live, especially if they're watching it live on Twitch, for example, generally speaking, that's not going to compete with a YouTube video, right? And as a result of that, I don't really give too much of a shit about what creators are doing live or in their VODs. I only care about what they deem appropriate to upload, because an upload does directly, compete with the original edited video that they were reacting to. So, should the deduction just not be resetting the deduction for not adding content? Sorry, it's a little late. So I might not be interpreting what you're saying correctly there. What do you mean? It's stating for stating's sake versus pointing it out because it evokes a certain reaction from the reactor, possibly instinct. Yeah, no, that's a good way of phrasing it, right? Like, yeah, stating things for just for the sake of stating it versus what seems like a genuine reaction. Yeah, I guess. And part of what makes it seem like a genuine reaction is the fact that this was accompanied by a zoom from her editor. So I think for that reason, I think that stipulation does end up salvaging that niche case without interrupting the overall intention of the rule.
They haven't forgotten about him. Reminder that Ubisoft is crashing down. Oh, they're crashing and burning, but appreciate the Rayman. Oh, Nina had gotten delayed, actually. I actually really want to play this one because it's from the Shovel Knight devs. But you know what? I'd rather they delay it.
Nina the Hollower's release date is on the horizon. The limited time demo will be exclusively available on PlayStation 5 tomorrow.
Well, there you go. If you guys want to try it tomorrow.
Set years before the events of the original game.
Oh,
this
no.
prologue tells the
Neva?
Oh, I mean, instead of deducting points for each instance of not being genuine, simply not count it for interacting. That is something... Yeah, you know what? You might be right about that. You might be right about that. Yeah, I might end up doing that then. Okay. I think I like that idea because I think that's fairer, and it gets around the problem of having to assess each individual case autistically to see if it's a genuine thing or not. So yeah, I okay, that makes sense. Video playing without commentary, laughing, making noises, countless commentary. Repeating aloud what was said in the video word for does not count. Commentary, stating aloud something being shown on screen does not count. Commentary. Okay, yeah, I think I like that. I think I like this system better. I think that's a gracefully neutral application of that limit.
Made me weep like twice,
Together,
so I
they
would
will
play this
face
one
new
again.
enemies.
If I had channel points or anything equivalent, if YouTube was a better streaming site, I'd give them to you indulgence for suggesting that. That was a really good suggestion.
Ninja, wait. This feels like a multiplayer find stealth a kill person. Oh, I appreciate the aesthetics though. I don't know if it's multiplayer or not, but I do appreciate me a good stealth game.
Oh, Gabriel, welcome to the stream.
Yako Shinobi Ops. Although I will say this, like with my whole entire thing, multiplayer stealth sounds horrific. Ew. Oh, I'm gonna barf. Ew. Ugh. Don't eat that. Oh, she's gonna.
Whose is this? Kinky Mation. She once did a collab with Dizzy where she rated all of the and reacted to all of the Face Connect model designs.
Eat that.
Born of a goddess, you filthy creatures.
She's kind of
faithless, soulless,
absolutely beautiful design banger. Oh.
This world was never yours to keep. How dare you stand in the
A novel adaptation. I was trying to be The Witcher. I mean, it doesn't. It's not like it doesn't work. It's not like you can't get a good game from that. The Witcher games turn out to be pretty good. Wait, you're.
I remember this part. I remember this part of the state of play. Because I think this is where everyone started making KFC jokes in Disney's chat. Okay, so I think actually, oh fuck, what did I say? Should we add a plus for someone choosing? Well, actually, technically, that section, right, where she notices something that someone's saying in chat and then pushes back against it. I think that counts as saying. I think that counts as her. Again, analyzing or critiquing. Well, actually, contextualizing a sentiment in your own words. That's a chicken? Yeah. Alright. 11.
It's not like it doesn't work. It's not like you can't get a good game from that. The Witcher games turn out to be pretty good. You're playing as a big Bara Daddy chicken. I'm sold. Oh, I'm down. Sold. It seems like a Warriors type of vibe. Or like a Wukong thing. Oh, I'm for it. What the hell, chicken boy?
Why must every new game be X-slop? Just say you hate everything. Sure.
You're about to fucking get your 12 spices.
To be fair, there is a lot of slop going around in the industry nowadays.
Gorgeous. Chicken scream. I'm playing as a chicken. I'm all for it. Furry, stay winning. It looks so serious and dark, and you're playing as a chicken. I love it. Absurdity. I love absurdity.
Okay, so her basically expressing how she feels about something and why, right? You know, she loves this because of the fact that, you know, it's absurd that you're running around as a chicken in this sort of dark aesthetic. So that's 2 out of 3. Well, actually, that's 1 out of 3, sorry. That's the first time that we've pointed this category.
I see big chicken. I think it's funny. Oh, hello. It's time for pod racing. Now this is pod racing. I don't even think these are pods. Those are not pod racers. No, I don't think these are pods. That is, none of these are pods, says Hubby. I don't know what makes the difference, baby, but okay, I believe you.
Impeding! If they weren't holding...
By the way, wanted to bring up a point. Wouldn't longer videos get an advantage? The longer the video means more chance to farm points. They're not sure if that's something that should be addressed. See, that's the thing, though, right? If you're reacting to a longer video, see, you do bring up a good... See, okay, how do I say this? I think if the reaction video is long or not, it's not really relevant. But I think if the original video they are reacting to is longer or not, that might end up affecting things, potentially. Or maybe, maybe it's the other way around. Longer videos get... I think the trend is reactions that are longer than the original get an advantage that is proportionate to the degree to which they are longer than the original, if that makes sense. But I don't think that's a problem with the rating system, to be honest. Now, if you just mean longer videos in general, both the longer videos that are being reacted to and the longer reaction videos tend to get an advantage over the shorter ones. Yeah, I would say probably. Depends on, yeah, I guess it also depends on execution, though. Yeah, it does depend on execution. Yeah, there's a chance for more... Well, actually, yeah, that is true, actually. Justin raises a pretty good point, where longer videos also increase the chances for more penalties, not just more points. Reactors can choose what they react to. Yeah, because the thing is, if you go for a longer reaction video and, you know, you have a decent amount of dead air in terms of what you end up, or you fail to contribute, what you contribute or you fail to contribute in terms of commentary, I can see that equalizing over an extended period of time, to be honest. Could do reaction per minute score to the addition of a total. Huh. Find a way to transform the points to a percentage and it would solve it. See, that would require someone with better math skills than me. Longer videos are subject to getting more points if they're fairly good, or way less if they're bad. Yeah, that's the thing, right? I think it does equalize. The thing that you mentioned about transforming points to a percentage, that does sound interesting to me. Because I could see how that could work better. If we are to look at, for example... The only issue is... Do we break it up to, for example, only looking at how the reaction is within the first third of a video, for example? Regardless of the video's length? Because I could see something like that capping things. or keeping things a little consistent regardless of the difference between actual length of the video. Good reacts benefit from longer form videos. Bad reacts suffer from longer form videos. Yeah, actually, that's a good point as well. That's a good point as well. Bad reactions look worse when they're in response to a longer video. Reacts per minute times 100. Reacts per minute times 100. Maybe we check the point at 10 minutes. Seems like an okay amount of time to watch. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Guess we could do something like that. I guess we could do something. My only hesitation is in the fact that some of the reaction videos could be like 16 minutes and the others could be like 43. So, for that reason, I am more in favor of a sort of how much is done within a proportion of the video relative to its entire length, rather than just a hard minute number that's applied to each video regardless of duration. What is the video's time right now? Right now, we're at 13 minutes out of 33 minutes, so... I think first third of a video makes sense. So we rate based off of the first third of a video. I think that could work. Actually, now the more that I'm thinking about it, the more that I think, first third of a video. Would that make it impossible for videos to get 10 plus though is the only thing. Because I think if we only rated, for example, let's say we went with Tyler's video, right? If we only went with the first third of the video, that's about here. That's about here. At that point, I don't think it would have been possible for even Tyler to get plus 10, which would make it transformative. So the alternative is I could then tweak, for example, the actual tiers themselves, but I think that's too much of a fundamental change is the problem. If you pick videos about the same length, wouldn't that solve the issue? That is true, that is true. I think, well, for that reason, maybe we cap the video length, so between 10 and what? Let's say we cap the video length between 10 and 30 minutes, 10 and 25 minutes, something like that. 100% the points should be rebalanced for the final verdict. If we did that, yeah. We should note video length and title alongside the score. That is true, that is true. That could be the materials should be standardized. A random point for 15 to 20 minutes. I think regulating the duration of the videos that are being reacted to makes more sense. So make it so that every video that we react to is strictly between 20 and 30 minutes long, or strictly between 10 and 20 minutes long, because that way it keeps it more consistent. And that way so essentially, I think this is fine. I think we've done enough stress testing for the actual criteria, to the point where it's not so much about whether the criteria needs to be changed, but rather how do we standardize the way that they are applied to different videos based off of the video length. So for that reason, the next thing in this process, right? Gotta run, but we'll catch up on the VOD. Thanks for tuning in for as long as you have, Pavlo. And I hope you enjoy the VOD. So yeah, I think we standardized in terms of the lengths of the videos that we end up assessing. So that would probably make sense. A percentage for the video right now would be 40%. Does that feel like an accurate assessment? I think first 50% of the video, maybe. Yeah, maybe 50%. Maybe 50%. How do we react? How do we recommend a react tuber or video of them? You can just leave it in the chat. You can just leave it in the chat and I'll get to it eventually. But yeah, so essentially, right? This then comes down to the process of how do we pick, one, react tubers, and two, the videos that we're going to be assessing from the react tuber. So having gotten this out of the way, you're stress testing it, adding in some tweaks or whatever. Next step is actually picking the react tubers that we're going to be putting on the tier list.
So there are three main criteria that we have for deciding what actually counts as a React tuber that I think is worth actually putting on the tier list and assessing in the first place. The first is that they have to upload long form, in other words, non-shorts reaction content to YouTube specifically. I don't really care what people do on stream, especially not off-platform, simply because if you are watching a video live and off-platform, it doesn't compete with the original video for views or attention. Second, more than half of the 20 latest uploads have to be reaction content for me to actually classify them as a React tuber, right? You Laugh You Lose videos will count as reaction content for the purposes of creator selection, but they won't be used for scoring. Purely because if you try to rate, let's say that you randomly pick a video from a creator's channel, if you happen to land on a You Laugh You Lose video, they are just going into the negatives instantly. Because of the fact that You Laugh You Lose videos are by definition the creator trying not to react to the video that is being shown on screen. And when they do have a reaction, it's usually them reacting to chat and to a punishment that they are about to receive rather than the actual video itself, right? So this is just done to stop channels from plummeting into the negatives purely because they got unlucky with the video being chosen. Third, video used for scoring will be randomly selected. It shouldn't say from the last year. It should say from 2025 in order to keep things consistent. From 2025. Any reaction, and basically the reason why I'm just choosing one random video from each channel for assessment is because if you are uploading reaction content, the assumption is that any reaction that is deemed good enough for upload should also be good enough to be used as a representation of your channel's overall quality, right? So, with that in mind, when I went through the tweets, right, all of the different names that people put forth for suggestion, I got a total of around just shy of 40 VTubers, right? And for the purpose of transparency, I'm going to briefly go through each of their channels to make sure they actually qualify in terms of these three criteria, right? More than half of their 20 most recent uploads need to be reaction content. They need to actually upload reaction content to YouTube. And finally, they actually have to have videos published from 2025. So we'll start off working down the first column with Nuxtaku. Also, I just realized that I didn't switch back to the slides, so yep. All right, there we go. Okay, so Nuxtaku. If we go to Nuxtaku's page, right, we go to his. So he does qualify in the sense that he does upload to YouTube. He has a YouTube channel, etc., etc. The thing that I'm interested in, though, are what are his 20 most recent uploads, and if more than half of those, are reaction content. Now, here's the thing, right? This is mostly him reacting to news segments taken out of news reports. I don't view this as being something that is worth judging reaction content based off of, because it's not content that is native to YouTube, so it doesn't compete with anything on YouTube. So for that reason, yes, even though Nuxtaku is technically, semantically, yeah, he is a React tuber, I'm not going to count him as one for the purposes of this, because of the fact that his 20 most recent uploads are just him reacting to news, basically. It's just all news and all politics. So for that reason, he doesn't really compete with anything on YouTube, so I don't see the need to keep him on that list. Then we have Leaflet. Okay, so this she actually is reacting to stuff that is on YouTube. So, funnily enough, she's reacting to Asmongold reacting to things on Twitch. But in any case, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, I mean, yeah, you could make the argument that this is, this is reaction content. But if we just filter for the videos where she's reacting to something from YouTube, right? An actual, I'm not talking about an Asmongold, Twitch VOD highlight. I'm talking an actual edited video, right? We narrow it down to what? 1, maybe 2. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so she still does technically qualify because the last 20 uploads, just over half is actually reacting to a YouTube video that was made by another content creator, as opposed to just a stream highlight taken straight out of Twitch or a news report or compilation of news reports. So, yeah, for the purposes of this, I think she does qualify. He said the thing. Oh, shut up. I didn't even realize I said it. You all need to be sent to the, Benjamin Button chamber. Alright, so the next one is Kenji. Okay, I don't even really need to look at this. Last 20 uploads, definitely more than half are reactions to other YouTube videos, so yeah. He qualifies. Berry Crepe. I am saying that correctly, by the way. It is pronounced Berry Crepe, right? Okay, so 1, 2, yeah, this is all reaction content as well. So yeah, she qualifies. Miwa Bell. Okay, Glitch Stars member. All right, so of her. Okay, so this is actually going to require some counting. So in terms of videos that are reaction content, so remember we're only going down the first 5 rows because we're looking at the 20 latest uploads. Right, so this is Minecraft, this is Minecraft, this is Minecraft, this is Minecraft, this is React. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So she is just shy of qualifying because of the fact that only 10 of her uploads out of 20 are... Well, actually, I don't know. I think if you do hit squarely on 50%, I think that's still... Actually, do you guys want squarely on 50 to count as ReactTuber as well, or just if you exceed 50%? He said the thing again. You'd think that I was speaking to a chat full of Zoomers based off of how you guys reacted to me saying 6-7. Do we count 50% squarely as ReactTubing, or only if you exceed 50%? One of the ones that you counted is React. Squarely on 50 equals benefit of the doubt. Yeah, 50 or higher. I think higher makes sense. 50 minimum? Okay. A lot of people are saying 50. Probably skewed the React uplift frequency. That's true, that's true. Over 50%. I think 50 squarely is fine. 50% or above. Actually, I'll put it to a poll. Because I'm getting mixed responses. 50% threshold or ReactTuber. VTubers got us trained. That's true. 50% included. Only exceeding 50. Alright. I'll leave that going for about, what, a few minutes or something? I'll just yap in the meantime. Yeah. several videos. I thought it was stupid at first, but my 30+ community adopted the meme and now it's funny to spam react it. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. That is fair, that is fair. Make the poll 50-50. That would be funny if you guys were able to pull that one off. Didn't even know Y-Chan did reactions? Oh yeah, no. They do. Different from the usual content. It's reaction content. That's the whole point behind filtering out by React, you know, whether they do whether more than 50% of their React content, whether more than 50% of their recent uploads are React content, right? Because at that point, it is their usual content, right? $12 stream. Okay. That'd be funny. Okay, most people seem to be voting for including 50. Okay, so in that case, yeah, I guess Miwabel qualifies then. Alright. Pause. Pause. Actually, I'll see if the vote changes by the time we get up to... How many people do we have in chat at the moment? OBS is telling me 150. See if it gets close to 100, whether it holds the same ratio. Okay, so the next one is Pause. From what I remember, Pause is pretty much entirely React. Hero School, Vaseline. Yeah, this is all reaction content. Okay, yeah, there we go. He qualifies. Mari Yume. I think I mentioned her last time when we were talking about Evanito. This one is her React channel, right? Yeah, there we go. This is a channel that's specifically dedicated to reacting. Last 20 videos, all reactions. Yep, there we go. Makes sense. Okay. Kip reacts. I mean, it's in the name, right? Surely. There's no way this is not a React channel. Oh, actually. Oh no, yeah. This is all reactions. Yeah, this is all reactions. Okay. Yep, Kip qualifies. Goofy. Shadow Realm. Okay, yeah, this is all reaction content. Yeah, this is all reaction content. Okay, that makes sense. Milky Mew. Reaction, childhood memes, reaction. Yeah, this is all reaction content as well. Yep, qualifies. Y-Chan Kig. Kip reacts to Technoblade, he's based. Okay. Y-Chan reacting to, VTuber reacts to, reacting to, is a possible reaction, my mask broke. Okay. Reacting to daily dose of internet. Again, videos like this that are compilations of smaller clips, that counts as reacting for the purposes of selecting content creators, but this is not going to be this is excluded from the selection pool when it comes to videos to assess. Okay, so yeah, reaction. I got spring. Okay, that's pretty funny actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of the 5. Yeah, the majority is reaction content, so qualifies. Safwin. Okay. Reaction. Yeah, the majority is reaction. Okay. Qualifies. Demi almost certainly qualifies. She's one of the biggest React tubers, if I remember correctly. Memes that made. Yep. Okay. Who is Asian? Lamau. Okay. Yeah, no, this is all reaction content, so she qualifies. VTuber Mochi. Let me close the YouTube channel. I'm not. Oh, I forgot to add. Oh, I should have added. There were 2 more actually. Hold on, someone showed up in chat earlier asking to recommend someone. Because there are 2 more that come to mind actually, off the top of my head as well. $27. Let me just fix my... Let me just satisfy the OCD for a second. 25... This... Ah, close enough, whatever. Alright. Oops. All Sunny. And... What was the other one? What was the other one? Scooch-on's already in here. As part of the recommendations. Hold on. Someone earlier on suggested another V. I forgot what it was. Hold on, let me see. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Sorry, hold on while I scroll through the chat a little bit and retrieve that recommendation. Where is this? Where is it? Actually, if you're still in chat, the person who was recommending the VTuber there. Okay, never mind. I'll just see if they. It's not you. Some. Oh, what happened? I lost him a while back. I lost him. Never mind. Maybe he comes back at some point. But yeah, no. So this makes it square 40 if it's just if all I'm adding in is this. Is Crelly a React streamer too? Well, I mean that would depend on her. I mean you can recommend her, it's fine, but I'd need to look at her YouTube to see for sure. Stellatrix? I don't think it's Stellatrix. I don't think it's someone else. But yeah. I don't know, Pippa doesn't count. Pippa doesn't count. Simple reason being that when you go into her channel, you look at her video uploads, last 20 are not React. Majority of the last 20 are not React videos. That or Cypress is already on here, I'm pretty sure. Is she on here? Actually, wait, hold on. No, actually, I don't think I think I included Cypress in the graphic. But I forgot to include her in text form. But yeah, okay. There we go. People are saying Cypress. Yeah, there we go. By the way, is her name spelt with an E or a Y? It's an E, right? Lumi would count? Would she? Hold on. Okay, so hold on. Let me go through Mochi first. First time watching, reacts to, world domination. I'm gonna assume that that's not. Okay, yeah. Reacts to, first time watching. Reacts. Yeah, no, she qualifies. Scooch-on. Okay, now this is an interesting one. So we actually go search up Scooch-on. Only one channel pops up. And when you go to the videos, her uploads are actually not reaction content. Well, actually, let me see. Is it reaction content? Oh, no, never mind. It is reaction content. Are we consuming slop? Oh, wait, no. Did I look up one of her other channels by accident before? I think I looked up her clips channel or something. Okay, sure. Scooch-on. Okay, yeah, she qualifies. Luminous Cove. Yeah, no, we're gonna check Lumi's channel later. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, she qualifies as a React channel. All right. Stimpack. Another Glitch Stars talent, I think. Pat is savage for this. Okay, so 20 most recent uploads. Yeah, more than half are reactions. Well, actually, there's 1, 2. Yeah, no, the majority are reactions. Okay, there we go. Pheromone. Funny name. More than half? Yeah, more than half of her last 20 uploads are reactions, so she qualifies. Mincy Moon. Oh, whoops, that was right tab. Weird to have watched more or less half the VTubers on the list. Is this what you call VTubing edition? I mean, look, I understand the appeal of reaction content, even if it's not something that I go for most often nowadays. But yeah, no, it doesn't really surprise me that at least some people are going to have watched more than half of the roster that I have up there. Yeah, this is definitely a React tuber. Mipyun. Okay, Mipion reacts. Yeah, no, this yeah, this is a reaction. Actually, I should add this in. Cha-cha. B-mom. Just to make sure we keep it distinct from Chilla. Kiseki Mia. Her channel. Oh yeah, this is for sure. Yeah, this is for sure a React channel. Okay. Shelzor the Destroyer. Is it Shelzor or Chelzor? I think it's Shelzor if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Based off of the way that it's spelt. Yeah, no, this is reaction. Okay. Luminous Red. Why does she have blue hair? Hold on. What? Is this like an inside joke amongst her community? Can anyone who watches her in here attest to that? Okay, so reaction. That's not really. Is that a well, yeah, it is a reaction. This is also a reaction. This is also a reaction. This is also a reaction. Yeah, okay. This is definitely a react channel. Okay. Sora reacts. Seen all these models? Yeah. Okay, yeah, for sure. This is this is a react channel. Poseidon's actually an interesting case because she has a specific channel that's dedicated to reacting, which is Size Trident. But yeah, on Size Trident, it's dedicated to reacting. All of it is reactions, so yeah, qualifies. Ember Paradox. Okay. Now this one was one that I was looking up just before stream, so let me just redo the maths. So off her last 20 videos, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, okay, that qualifies. Alright, she counts. Rosie Belmu. I mean, I think I already know, but let me just confirm for the sake of surety. Yeah, no, this is, yeah, she's still doing all react. Okay. Qualifies. Annie Pants. Look at this. The problem with reacts to. Yep, this is definitely a react VTuber. Pastaroni Ravioli. Okay, let me take a look at this. Whoops, YouTube is... Okay, there we go. Okay, last 20 uploads. Well... Okay, this might actually require a little bit of thought. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, no, she qualifies. She qualifies. Just barely, but she does. Okay. Mikora. Is this Mikora? Is her name pronounced Mikora or Mikora, by the way? Reacting to. Yeah, she's definitely a react tuber. Midia Mirage. It's a pretty name. Okay. Hollow Ian's funniest moments. Reacts to Epic the Musical. Reacts to They Did What? Reacts to. Discover Cinematics. It's basically react to. Stream I lost. Okay, so this is not a reaction tuber. Not a react video, but the rest are. Oh yeah, this is definitely a react tuber. Hippie Slayer. Alright, let's take a look at this. Okay, yeah, this is a react channel. Okay. He qualifies. Aqua. All right. Let's take a look. Aqua VT. Now this is interesting because most of her videos are not actually reactions. So I'm pretty sure she does reacts on stream, but her videos are not react videos on YouTube. So for that reason, I don't think she qualifies for the purposes of this stream. Vampikins. Oh yeah, this is for sure a react channel. Yeah, no, this is a react channel for sure. Well, 1, 2. Yeah, no, this is a react channel. Okay. Ghost Puppet Toby. Reacts to reaction. Yeah, no, this definitely qualifies. Kitsune Mizuki. I'm assuming this one with more subscribers. React. Yeah, no, this is yeah, this is definitely react channel. Starlight Sid, sorry. All right, I don't know. I think this might be a reaction channel. Something tells me that this might be a reaction channel. And yep, it is a reaction channel. Okay, she qualifies as well. I mean, we don't need to talk about Smug. We also don't need to talk about Alicia. We also don't need to talk about Kitsunero. Actually, I haven't seen Kitsunero stuff for a while, so let me just reconfirm that that's the case. Kip reacts. I think I already have Kip reacts. Yeah, there we go. I have him over there. All right. Yep, still a React VTuber. All right. Okay, now Upsal Sunny. I'm almost, if I remember correctly, I think her last 20 uploads are still reactions. Even though it's been a while since she uploaded on this channel. Oh yeah, no, this is definitely a reaction. Yeah, no, React VTuber. Okay, there we go. Yep. How many subs does she have? 193. I need to remember that. Relly. That's not her, is it? Does Krelly have a YouTube channel? Hold on, does she even have a YouTube channel? I'm going off of Kitsunero's main YouTube channel, by the way. So if she has multiple channels, that's fine, but I'm just going off of whichever one is dedicated to reacting. One more Moo Rain? Yeah, no, Krelly doesn't count. She doesn't have a YouTube channel. Moo Rain. What's Muji Sanji? Muji-san's pray for it every day. Okay, Cypress Channel. Oh yeah, no, this is reaction. Yeah, okay, this is a reactuber. Cha-cha, your V-mom. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, okay, that doesn't count. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, okay. She qualifies. Moo Rain. Hold on, how many subs does she have? 297. Moo Rain reacts. 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, no, for sure. React content. Okay, there we go. Any other nominations? Namu Spirit. The VODs channel doesn't count because, again, VODs don't compete with original videos for views. Namu Spirit. Where do you guys find these people? I didn't know that there were so many VTubers that specialized in React content. Okay, yeah, she definitely qualifies. Namu Spirit. Okay. So, at the end of this, there's a medium subs cutoff. There isn't a medium subs cutoff, but I am going to be, for the purposes of, feasibility, I'm not going to be, obviously, this is more than 40 content creators. There's no way I'm going to be able to rank 40 content creators while assessing the videos live, which is the ultimate aim of this stream, right? Because the whole point is to be transparent with how I am rating them, which means rating them live. There's no way I'm picking, for even if the maximum video length of what we're going to be assessing is 30 minutes, 40 VTubers, there's no way we're doing that. So, as a result, we're going to be adding in more stipulations, right? So, on top of the criteria that we went through just then, that allowed us to eliminate 3 from the list, Krelly, Aqua, and Nuxtaku. Apart from that, there are also 3 additional ReactTuber and content selection criteria that I'm going to be applying. The first one is that candidates will be selected from clusters based off of subscriber count. I want to get a general range of, oh wait, yeah, someone recommended Nani as well. Yeah, Nani Wazuni. Hold on, let me add her in. Let me see, actually. Nani Wazuni. Wait, no, wasn't it? How do you spell her last name, by the way? Oh, it's just not. Okay, it's Nani Gachi. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay, yeah, she qualifies. All right, sure. What's her sub count? 442. Okay. All right, so we're going to be separating the candidates into clusters based off of their sub count, and from those clusters, we are going to be selecting at random a set of content creators from each in order to assess. That way, we can get something that is representative of the content genre in general, regardless of size. Second, only reactions to another creator's edited long-form video will be used for rating because, like I said before, if you were to go off of clip compilations or meme compilations, they would plummet into the negatives instantly if that were to be randomly selected. Videos for reaction need to be 20 to 30 minutes long. Should we make it 25 minutes or less, or just to make it narrow? Should we make it 20 to 25 minutes long, or is that too narrow, do you think? See, the issue is, a lot of the more interesting reacts that a lot of these VTubers do are kind of long, are usually going to be longer than 30 minutes. But yeah, no, I mixed up Nani with Nani Wazuni. That was just my brain having a moment. So this should be at least 16 hours. 24. Can you add matcha brews? Hold on. Okay. React. Yeah, no. Okay, sure. We can add her in. Again, no guarantee that she's actually going to be selected, ultimately. But we can add her in. (30 × 40 = 700 minutes. Yeah, no, there's no way we're doing that one. Just checked. Yui Kai isn't. Shu React as a baseline would be 1 hour ballpark. That's true, that's true. Maybe we just avoid Shu on head videos then. Make this 2 entire streams for that to be the case. We're not doing that, we're not doing that. So, probably skip 2 to 5 minutes in and the next 10 after that. Yeah, I think we keep it between 20 to 30 minutes because otherwise it's just too long. It's not feasible. So then we have reacting to current affairs, news/current affairs. Reacting to current affairs/news will not count towards content creator selection. This is why, for example, Nux was excluded. This is also why I don't think Kirsha would qualify for this either. Because most of the reacting she does is to current affairs rather than another YouTuber's video. So, we have these additional criteria. Let me just do the maths real quick in my head. So, we have how many different categories? 3 different categories. We get 3 from each. That's about 9 times 30 minutes, 270 minutes. That's like 3 hours. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So, I think this is a good range for all of this. All that's left is to separate candidates into clusters now based off of sub count. And I did kind of get started on this already. So the clusters that I have so far are 100k plus, 300k plus subscribers, 100k plus subscribers, less than 100,000 subscribers, and less than 50,000 subscribers. Don't give in to the short attention span lobby. It's not even about short attention span, it's just about logistics. Because again, for the purposes of transparency, I want to make sure I want to be able to actually assess these live, like in front of you guys. So that's not something I'm just going off to do on my own where you guys don't see how I'm logicking myself into a certain rating or not. So, I know that quite a few of these, the last column are the ones that I forgot to add. So, when it comes to these, let me just take a look at Cypress again. Cypress, she has more than 300,000, so she goes into this category. Whoops. Okay. This category, then we have, Old Sunny. If I remember correctly, she was over 100,000. So, Sunny should go in here. Sunny Explosion. Then we have Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha is just shy of 300k. So she goes in here. Cha-Cha, your B-Mom. B-Mom. Reverend Norse, thank you for the 20 sec. Don't give. Oh wait, no, I read that already. Do you have one of your own suggestions that were not on the list? No, I pretty all of the ones that I knew about are already on the list. So then we have Moo Rain, who goes into this category. Moo Rain. Then we have Namu Spirit. I think Namu Spirit is the same thing. Yep. So she goes into this category as well. Then we have Nanigachi and Matcha Brew. Both of them go into. All right. So across all of these, we actually have a list of different VTubers that we could possibly have from each cluster. Billy, thank you for the 2. Petition to add Hasano. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. All right. So from this point onwards, all we need to do now is to decide how many from each category are we actually going to pull out to assess. Do we go with 2 per category, resulting in 8 total content creators being rated, or do we go with 3? I'm leaning towards 3. Even though it is 12, which is in total at least 6 hours, right? 12, which is at least 6 hours, I think we're able to do that. I think I can do that fine. Where is Skoo? Good point, actually. I forgot to add in Skoo. Skoo-chan, okay. Hold on. She's 200, so goes in. All right. Yeah, 3 is a good number. Okay. Bigger sample size, that is 3. Okay. So, the next step is then to randomly select 3 from each of these different clusters. And for that, we are going to go with our old friend, random number generator. Each of these is going to receive a number. We're going to randomly roll 3 times to find 3 different numbers, and then those are going to be the content creators that we end up selecting from the cluster. Alright, is there a way to change this so that we number it instead? Yes, there is! Okay, excellent. Let me just highlight this entire thing so I can convert it. Oh, excellent. Much easier, much easier. Okay, there we go. So, random number generator from 1 to 7 3 times until we get 3 different numbers. Are you ready? 2. Mariyume is the first from cluster 1. 4. Smugalana is the second nominee from cluster 1. We roll again because we already got 4. And then 3. So Demi is the final nominee for cluster 1. Then from cluster 2, between 1 and 13. Again, we're going to do this 3 times. First one, number 12. Cha-Cha, your VMOM is the first nominee from cluster 1. Number 2 is 4. Y-Chan is the second nominee from cluster 2. And finally, 5. Pheromone is the third nominee from cluster 2. Then we have cluster 3 between 1 and 6. Random number generator. 5 is the Pippi Slayer, will be the first nominee from this cluster. Spin again. 2. Goofy will be the second nominee from this cluster. And finally, we already got 5. Let's see. Okay, it's rolling Pippi Slayer multiple times. 3, which is Milky Mew. Alright, so we now have all of the nominees from this cluster. And finally, from the final cluster, between 1 and 18, first roll of the cluster is 1. Miwabel. Then, second roll, 5, which gives us Kitsune Mizuki. And then finally, 7, VTuber Mochi. So, now we have our nominations. From cluster 1, we have Mariyume, Demi, and Smugalana. From cluster 2, we have Y-Chan, Pheromone, and Cha-Cha, your VMOM. From cluster 3, we have Foofy, Milky Mew, and Pippi Slayer. And finally, from cluster 4, we have Miwabel, Kitsune Mizuki, and VTuber Mochi. Okay, there we go. So, now comes the fun part, which is selecting the individual video that we are going to be assessing. And yet again, we are going to be using good old random number generator. First step is going to be selecting the day of the month that we are going to be grabbing the video from. And then we're going to grab the month that the video is supposed to be, from. And then step 2, if there is no upload that falls on the date that has been randomly generated, we will go to the next closest one in either direction. Alright, so starting off, we will 1 to 30. So we're going to start off with Mariyume's video. So let me pull off channel. Mari Yume. Okay. First, 1 to 30. Let's see. What? R.I.P. 07 Scoo. We'll get him next time. Yeah, this is maybe we'll roll her next time we do something like this. Okay, so the 3rd, and then 1 to 12. of November for Mari Yume. November 3rd, 2025. Actually, I'm going to move these so that clusters are not as crowded for space with. There we go. There we go. Okay, so she's going November 3rd, 2025. Let's see if we can find something around November.
I just need a rug.
This is 24th of November, so we're close. Worse than a slave. Okay. 21st of November, 2025. Okay, let's go down. Turtle, the Vettel documentary. This is actually a very good documentary, by the way. Okay, so we probably need to go down one more week. Concord by Internet Historian. 6th of November. Okay, we're getting closer. Men, is this true? 28th of October. So we've slightly overshot the mark. Let's try... Let's try Are Men Okay? Documentary a bit outdated. That's true. That's true. But for the time that it was released, I can understand if it was, you know, a little difficult to keep up. Okay, so the Shoe on Head video is 1st of November. The Casually Explained video is 2nd of November, which leaves Is This Cringe as what should be the 3rd. No, this is the 4th. Okay, so it's a 50-50... Well, actually, this is a meme compilation, so this doesn't count. So I guess we're going with the Casually Explained video then. All right. This is the video we're going to be locking in.
Yo, you're...
Only issue is this is 12 minutes, so it's not 20 to 30 minutes. Should we go with 30 minutes or less, maybe? Because otherwise I think it might be too difficult to get one. If we want around 30, then we'd have to go with Shoe on Head. We could re-roll, that is true, we could re-roll. Until we actually get a video that is around 20 to 30 minutes. So we either go with the Shoe on Head video, because that's the closest one, that's around 20 to 30 minutes, or we re-roll the date. Shoe video, lol. Remember to choose videos with a length 20 to 30 minutes, 30 or less, I think it's okay. Reroll. Get either Shoe or Internet Historian, reroll. Actually, let me put it to a poll. 30 might take an hour each creator. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well for the sake of logistics. I thought Gacha was hell, but this is worse. I'll probably say 20 minutes plus? Okay. Let me do a poll. Let me see what you guys think. Okay. Reroll or reduce requirement? Reduce length requirement to 30 mins or less. 30 mins less. Reroll. Sorry, give me a second.
It seems to be strictly 50-50, which is interesting. Alternatively, we could change the range so that it is less than 10 minutes to either direction of 20. That could work as well. Actually, yeah. Should we just do that instead? 10 minutes in either direction of 20 minutes? Or is that too much of a range? 50-50 using coin toss. I mean, you know what? Yeah, let's do that. We can do that. We can put it all down to RNG. Alright, so between 1 and 2, 1 is going to be reroll, 2 is going to be changing the limit to 30 minutes or less. Reroll is winning. That is true, but it's only 39 votes as of right now. Why not order their videos from most popular? That would give us a good idea of what their best content looks like. I mean, we could do that. I mean, we could randomly pick one from their most popular. Actually, you know what, Noxin? I think I like that idea better. Okay. Let's say we go into their 20 most popular videos. Again, they all have to be within the last, well, within 2025, otherwise at that point you risk making it too outdated. But, most popular. Previous vote total was 50-ish? That's true, that's true. Ember Bros, really good idea. Yeah, okay, I think I can go with top 20 most popular. Okay, top 20 most popular. We'll pick a bunch of videos that are within the range. So let's say, you know, between 20 and 30 minutes. Or actually, let's say between 25 and 35 minutes, because I think that that's a better range, more feasible, where more videos will land, right? So instead of 20 to 30, we'll go with 25 to 35, because I think that's more realistic of how most React videos are lengthwise. So it's still a narrow range, but it now encompasses more videos. Okay, so we go to most popular, we go between 25 35, right? So that is this, the most unhinged Minecraft video I ever watched, is Grox. So that's 1. That's not this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's just, well, 4, 5. Wait, no, this is a this is compilation. 5, 6. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, okay. So we have 5 options. 5 options. The Grox video would be something for this kind of audience. Oh yeah, for sure. Not this lol. Okay, 25 to 35. We have 5 options to choose from. So it's either going to be, guys, is this true? Wait, let me, first of all... No, not this one. Let me check to make sure this is actually 2025 upload, though. Okay, it is 2025. Okay. That's fine, then. Fine, then. I still think 20 latest uploads might be better, to be honest. Well, actually, I'm going back and forth between whether popular is better or whether latest is better. Purely because the fact that latest is probably more representative of the kind of content they're putting out nowadays, whereas popular is, well, it's what they're known for, I guess. Okay. Bro, what is the bottom right thumbnail? Well, I mean, that's the point is to be clickbaity. Hold on, let me. Should we put it down to, should we go most popular or should we go most popular or should we go latest?
latest. Subjective points, what people watch because of algorithm. Yeah, I think too many factors influence whether something is most popular or not. So I think defaulting to latest makes more sense. But we do keep the length adjustment in terms of the range, I reckon. Okay, so with that in mind, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So, slight issue. Very few videos in this range actually fit this. So, I don't think we go 20 most recent, but I think we just default to the... I think we keep the length requirement, and we keep the date that we randomly rolled. Which basically means that... Okay, which basically means we default back to the shoe on head video. Right, so, hold on, let me pull this out. Worse than a slave. Yeah, so it basically means we default back to this. Yeah, popular can be affected by viewbots. Or just the algorithm being, different. So I think going off of latest uploads makes more sense. So last 2020, so we're still going to be randomly rolling dates and then trying to find the closest video that fits the length requirement. But yeah, if we keep the randomly rolled date of November 3rd, 2025, the closest one that falls between 25-35 minutes is the shoe on head one. So we're going to go with this as
I went incognito mode and
as the nominated video of choice. So I'll just preserve that in terms of the link. Then we have Demi. Let me pull up her channel. Okay, so yet again, we're going to be randomly generating a date. So 1 to 30 for the day. 23rd. Then the month. January. Okay, 23rd of January 2025. Alright, this should be fun. January 23rd, 2025. We can go back to the random part for 20 to 30 minutes. Yeah, 20 to 30 minutes is too uncommon of a range, to be honest. When it comes to most React videos. Alright, so let's take a look to see what she has around 23rd of January 2020. She is a very regular uploader, so this might be a little challenging. Okay, let's try this one. Bingo. Alright.
Kitchen Nightmares.
Oh, this is way too far. This was August 2024. Let's see. We'll go with feet. Oh. Okay. Marvel Rivals is overwhelming. What fun. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is 22nd of December 2024, so we are getting closer. Let's try... Clueless VTuber learns about male anatomy. This isn't even a React video, but it does give me an indication as to the date. Okay, so this is March of 2025. Hold on. To be fair, around this time, she wasn't really... Oh, actually, I take that back. She was reacting to this video. What is this? 19th of January 2025. Okay, so this counts. This counts. Is there anything else that fits? I don't think so. The closest video is this. And it doesn't fall within the range. Yeah, it doesn't fall within the range. Unfortunately. So, we might need to re-roll for a different date, where she is actually posting more React content. Otherwise, we go with the next React video that is closer to that. But yeah, no, at this point in time, she didn't really seem to be posting a lot of React content. Most of her React content is a little bit on the longer side at this stage as well. Okay, a lot of her react content is more recent, so we might have to re-roll again. Alright. Re-roll time. Is there any sort by time length? I don't think YouTube has that feature, to be honest. There's latest, popular, oldest, and that's about it. So when it comes to actually trying to refine your filters, not the best. Okay, 29 is the date that we are going to be going with. 29. And in terms of the month, let's try something in the later half. Hopefully. 6. Alright. June. 29th of June. Alright. Okay, so let's see June of 2025. Where is that? Memes that make. Demi reacts to clips. Filipino racism is the... Okay, I'm just gonna click on this because it looks fun. This is January. Okay, never mind. This is a while ago. Let's try Demi reacts to memes while denying she's utterly short. This is September, so it's a good while before this as well. Reacts to memes. I've never crashed out like this before. Demi goes vegan. Demi reacts to greatest Minecraft video.
Okay, let me take at least 10 minutes.
August. Okay. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Let's try... Okay, so this is all meme reactions. This is all memes. Oh dear. Oh dear. These are all meme reactions, not reactions to an actual video. Holy, they are all memes and meme compilation reactions. Goodness. Okay, okay. Maybe we might need to use a different system, to be honest. Because this is way too difficult. This is going to take way too long if we're going to reroll. This is bleak. I agree. I agree. Holy shit. All right. You know what? Maybe we pick out of... Okay, let's try... Okay. We'll pick a bunch of reaction videos, you know, again, to actual videos that fall within the time, and then we'll randomly select one between those. So, let's say out of the last, what? How many uploads? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say out of the last 5, let's say out of the last 20 latest videos. In that case, we'll go back and redo Mari as well, because I think the system is just simpler. Can we just remove Demi? No. Once we pick one, we have to stick with it from the cluster. We can't forgo that aspect of the choosing process. Okay, so we should give Ozempic to everyone is number 1. How a fridge destroyed the... Well, no, that's outside of the range. Banned controversial foods. Casually explained the global military... I think that's close. This is close enough to 25 minutes. We can go with this. 1, 2, 3. How the Secret Service actually works. 1, 2, 3. 4. Okay, 4. We got 4 videos, right? It's all meme compilations, but this is we're doing this so that her score doesn't instantly plummet to 0 purely because it's a meme compilation. All right, the random number generator gave us 1, so we're going to be going with the Ozempic one. All right, what fun? Okay, what fun? Copy. Is there an option to copy the link? Copy link address. Okay, there we go. Alright, instead of a date, we're going to give up on the re-rolling dates thing because it might take too long. So instead, we're just going to go with 20 most recent uploads and whichever ones end up satisfying the length criteria there. We're going to go back with Mari Yume's channel and we're going to do the same thing just to make sure it's standardized across all of them. Mariyume, 20 most recent uploads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in terms of videos that actually fall within the target length, well, 1, 2 videos. Lol Lamau. Okay. I suppose we could include the Markiplier one, even if it is a little bit under. But okay, we can try that. We can try that. Okay, so 1, 2, 3 videos qualify out of the 20 most recent uploads. All right. Let's try grabbing one of them. Okay, so 2, which means okay, we are actually going to be doing the we're going to be doing the Markiplier, her reacting to the Markiplier rant. Okay. Copy link address. Marcus Pliers, verily. Alright, this is going to be a real schizophrenic, collection of videos. Smug Alana. Okay, let's take a look at what smugglers have been watching recently. Okay, cool. Alright, last 20 videos, right? Okay. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, actually, she has enough videos that we can actually be strict with the limits. All right, so another. Okay, so this is 1. This is 2. This is 3. This is 4. I mean, this is close enough. And this is 5. 6. Okay. We got 6 options here. 1 to 6. 5. Okay. So that is this. They're finally admitting it. All right. Copy link address. Alrighty then. We have Smugalanas decided. It only took us 10 billion years. Sort them by popular. The issue is, if we sort them by popular, again, too many factors go into affecting whether something ends up popping off or not. So it's not really an accurate measure of what they are committed to uploading nowadays. Also, a lot of the... depending on how long the React tuber has been active, some of the most popular videos may be outside of the 2025 range. So for that reason, yeah, popular, we're going to be going with latest instead of popular. So the next batch, which is 100k plus. Starting off with Y-Chan. Alright, Y-Chan Gig. Alrighty then. Last what? Okay, that's quite a lot. Last 20 uploads. Are there any that actually fit within the time limit? Not really. No. There are in fact none that fall within the time limit. If we just go off of the last 20, holy shit. Okay, we could go for the next closest thing in terms of time period. So, most popular... This is the next best thing, because it's the one that satisfies the time limitation while also being the closest to the time period we're looking at. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's literally the one over. So okay, we can go with this. It's close enough. It's close enough. Done. All right, pheromone. I cannot type. There we go. Alright, from her last 20 uploads, actually we have a lot that fall within the range, so we can actually afford to be precise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Okay. 4. Alright. 1 to 4. Generate. 2. Okay, so we are going with 1, 2. Okay, we're going to be looking at her reacting to Martin's Sita pants. What fun. Okay. So we have this. Alright, and finally, Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha. Okay, well, close enough. Okay, so last 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it ends on the Pokemon one. In terms of ones that fall in the category, we have 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, actually, yeah, it's just 4. Okay, never mind. Alright, 1 to 4. Simple enough. Generate 4. Okay, that is... hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fallout has cannibals. Okay, there we go. This is the one we're looking at. Alrighty then. This is the one for this. Okay. Then we have the sub 100k channels. We'll start off with Foofy. Not Lockpicking lawyer at 31 minutes. That's a good one, to be fair. I hope so. I have no idea what the video is. Alright, so with her, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we actually have a lot. Okay, so 1 to 10. Generate. 1! Okay, interesting. So we are going to be going with the strongest dinosaur extinct zoo reaction.
How you do?
Okay. Oh, she's got a cute voice. Alright. Whoopsies. Oh wait, actually, can you just paste on... I didn't know you could just paste on the link. Alright, cool. Then we have Milky Mew. Martin Sita Pants is always good. I agree. Alright, so she has 1, 2, 3. 4. 5. 5. Okay, that's good enough. 3. Okay. So that is 1, 2, 3. Okay, so wait a second, R196. Oh, that's a meme compilation, isn't it? Yeah, that's a meme compilation. Is it? Wait, hold on, let me check.
What is it? I guess. People, Juno watched the entire. Some people. Thank you for your.
Okay, no, it actually is a video. Okay, so yeah, we're going with this one. All right, cool. That's that decided, and then finally, hold on, let me just check to make sure it actually opens the correct one. Okay, there we go.
How you do?
Okay, cool. All right, so the links do actually work if I just straight up paste them in. I did not know that. That's convenient. Okay, Pippi Slayer. Last one for this cluster. And of her 20 latest uploads, there are 1, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 that fit. Give me something good. 4. Fuck, I was hoping for the Outdoor Boys one. Alright, well, we're going with the JonTron React.
It feels like.
Alrighty then. Cool, cool. Finally, last cluster. Starting with Miwabel. Okay, latest 20 uploads. How many of her reacts actually fall into this category? 1. Hold on, let's make sure this isn't... Oh wait, this is a part 2, so we can't count this as separate from this. Okay, hold on, give me a second. Okay, so that's 1 that works. 2 that works. 1, 2, 3... Okay, 3. Is that 3? 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah. Okay, so 3. Alright, it's a bit of a smaller selection than the previous ones, but okay, so we're going with 2. Which is this.
I don't know if you guys are...
Alright, cool, cool. Damn. Okay, Kitsune Mizuki. Is this her default model, or is this a Gyaru version of her model? Just out of curiosity, for those who do watch Miwabel in chat. Okay. 1, 2... 3, 4. Okay, 4. Gyaru? Okay, makes sense. Holy moly, I feel the same. Alright, so 3. Okay, 1, 2, and... 3. Wait, hold on, what was the 3? Okay, this was the 3, alright. Smash JT React. Okay, cool, cool. Very cool. I just got a nice one. VTuber Mochi. This is our last one. Once we decide on the video for Mochi, we are finally locked in. Alright, so of her last 20 uploads, 1, 2, 3, 4... 4, sorry. 5, 6, 7 fit the bill. So, once again, our good friend, random number generator. 7! Okay, the very last one of the bunch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it is another JonTron video.
Alright, chat, let's go ahead.
Okay, cool, cool. Alright, and with that, we now have all of the 12 videos that we are going to be assessing from these content creators. This is probably going to take a while, and it should be fun, but now that we have finally locked in, hopefully we have we've now demonstrated not only how this rating system is going to work, but now it's we have completely, without any of our own input and using the power of RNG, managed to select a whole 12 different React tubers that we are going to be rating based off of a randomly selected video from their last 20 uploads. Alright, so... waiting room is scheduled for next week, as I said before at the beginning of stream. But, hold on, give me a second. I'll work this out later. Alright, so that wraps up this stream. Holy shit, it's... It's been 5.5 hours. It's currently quite late over here, an ungodly hour. I probably need to get to sleep pretty soon. But thank you for tuning into this stream at a rather unusual hour and watching me struggle through getting all of this done and sitting around giving me feedback when we've been stress testing all of the actual rating system. I'll be posting an updated version of the rating system to Twitter as well for those who didn't tune into the stream. And also on top of that, I hope you guys to see you guys on Friday for the very first Handcam stream. I'll be posting a formal announcement for that on Twitter as well sometime tomorrow. And yeah, you finally get to see I mean, you've seen chairs with arms and chairs with legs, but it's time for you to finally see what a chair with hands might look like. And yeah, set to Oshipush. Hype, hype, hype. In the meantime, let me switch over to the Headhort screen while I find someone who is streaming at this hour. Almost certainly not someone who we would usually raid. Take a look. Alright. Anyone have any suggestions of someone who is streaming right now? Armchair's afraid of a me. My limit has been 14 so far. I'm not too keen on breaking that, to be completely honest. You started streaming when I ate lunch? I'm currently eating dinner. That's an armchair stream for you. Solus, you haven't met me yet. Alright, so... yeah, anyone have any recommendations for VTubers they like who are streaming right now, or VTubers they watch who are streaming right now? This is a test of your taste and breadth. Anyone have any suggestions? I could just type in VT and see what shows up if I type in VT on YouTube. Okay, never mind, it just gives me a bunch of Spanish news broadcasters. Scooch-on, does she stream on YouTube? Hold on, let me take a look. I don't think she does she? No, she doesn't. She's only on Twitch. Oh, Mia Emma. Scoo Lamau. I mean, I could get you guys to manually raid, but I suspect that quite a few of you are not Twitch fans if you're watching on YouTube. Take a look. Will be part 2 of the stream next week? Yes. Part 2, well, part 2 in quotation marks. The actual rating will take place next week. This was just us testing out the criteria and ironing them out a little bit, refining them a little bit. But yeah. She does, but only live cam. What? Hold on. Scoo-chan. Is she not... Oh, no. I can't raid into her because she doesn't have redirect from everyone enabled. Okay, in any case, whatever. We'll get you guys to do a manual raid in that case, going over to Scoo-chan's stream if that is what you wish to do. But yeah, I've never sent you guys over to Scoo-chan's stream before, so... behave. I want you to give good conduct of yourselves. Fit in seamlessly. And I hope you enjoy yourselves for the rest of the day, or night, or wherever whatever you guys are at this time of day. But yeah, see you guys on Friday. Thank you for tuning in once more. Hope you found this to be entertaining, if not a little torturous towards the middle. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Otsu chair. Otsu chair.